Oh my God, it's been a long time. How are y'all doing? Has it been almost a month? It's been almost a month since we live streamed on this channel. I am so excited. We're getting into two new cases for the summer. And let me know how y'all are doing in the chat. If you could see and hear me, say what up, say hi. Be great to catch up. Let's talk about what we're doing today. So about 2023, I did not cover this case. It is YNW Melly. And the reason why I wasn't covering it, I think around that time, I was still working with the lead attorney and I was in the process of moving from Boston to Atlanta. So I was trying to sell my house, all that stuff. So I completely missed this case. He did it solo on his channel. Shout out to Legal Vices, RIP. We love him. He covered this case as well. And it is slowly coming back in our feeds because it ended in a mistrial. I don't know much about it, but we're going to learn together in these opening statements today. And it was a 19-day trial, so we can get through this relatively quickly. I think in about 2 weeks, we'll be done with it, right? And then he's back because it ended in a mistrial. He's back up for retrial on September 19th. This gives me and my team time to collect footage for future videos. So I'm super pumped to live stream. We are not expecting a huge turnout for these things at all with rewatches, but wanted to let you guys know what to expect. This is a double murder trial. Melly is, I believe, charged with setting up or at least murdering his friends and then setting it up so it looked like a drive-by. Lots of twists and turns. It's going to be a good one. Lots of courtroom drama. There's issues with the prosecutor, issues with the defense lawyers going back and forth with this prosecution team. Takes place in the state of Florida. So we will be catching up with the first trial, right? And then we will be ready for September 19th for the live trial. The other big thing, Donna Adelson is coming. Lots of people have been talking to me about this one behind the scenes. Huge amount of people following the Donna Adelson trial. So as soon as we get through Melly, Donna Adelson is, I'm going to start calling her the Queen Pin Grandma because she set up her son-in-law to get killed. Her and her family hired a hitman or people to scheme and, get rid of him. Why? Because of a custody dispute, because of kids, right? This grandma wanted to be able to see her kids, and poor Dan Markel, who was the father of the kids, was killed. Now, I think it was 2 years ago as well. Donna's other son, who was a part of the conspiracy, he was a dentist, he has already been charged. His name is Charlie Adelson. So that trial happened as well. We will take a peek at that. My team's already done the research. Looks like that one is about 12 days. And about a month from now, Donna's trial starts. So we have a lot of work to do with catching up. So if you have not seen the Charlie Adelson case, we're going to check that one out as well. Because these trials have happened in the past, we can skip every single break. We are, in fact, going to watch it on speed time. So if it is a 7-hour day, we'll get through it in 4. I think this is a great way. It's like our summer vacation. It's like our summer vacation. So I'm really excited to be able to catch up on these two cases with you guys. On weekends, my team, if you don't have time to watch the trials, they are going to be doing here's how you can catch up on these two cases videos. We have one with Donna Adelson that I need to approve tonight, but that's going to get you caught up to the cases as well. So our Donna video, I believe, will be ready for tomorrow. And then, of course, there's 3 of us working. So if anything else comes up, we just dropped a Brian Steele video this week, brother to the channel, waiting for his availability. He will be my next guest. And I'm really pumped to be able to get back into things. So for all those people that were like, AV, are you there? Are you there? Yes, we have been working very hard. BAU over here, no changes. We're ready to go. With that being said, let me see who we have in the chat, and then we'll jump on into day 1 of Melly's case. And remember, this is a rewatch, so I will likely do it on 1.25 speed if we can. Hello, Helena. Good to see you, my friend. Sire's in the building. Chi-Town's in here as well. Babaloo, how are you? VR20 Logistics is here, says new trial on deck. Yes, we are excited. Please hit the like button on your way in. Fake Human is here. Shout out to Diane. Great to see you, Diane. Carrie's here. Destin, all my day ones. Good to see all of you guys. Under Oath, a member is here. Damo is here. Mandrill, haven't seen you in so long, Mandrill. Great to see you. Pam Salters, Jocelyn's in here. Valeria, Reginald, everybody is in here. Happy Friday to all. Sir Nightwolf is in the building as well. Mila. And shout out to D with our first super chat of the day, says, let's hear the opening statements, see the facts and evidence. Let's go, AV. Yep, I got a new trial watching notebook. I am excited. Let's get into it, guys. Watch it all together. Little Red Penny has a great suggestion here. She says, AV, you would probably like to live in Tallahassee. It's Canopy Tree City and lots of nature. Okay, hurricanes. Yeah, that's the thing. Baked into this Melly thing, I will make an appearance live in the courtroom. We're working on the logistics of that. If I need to get approval or anything, there's also going to be a stop along the way. But both of these cases are going to be in Florida, so we will likely stop in and all that fun stuff. All right, without further ado, let us jump into the Melly case. I'm excited. I hear this is a hot mess, so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch with y'all. But let's get going, get our audio booster on. Welcome back to Trial Watching. Let us skip ahead and we'll go straight to opening statements, which I believe start right around. Yeah, it is
Understand the issues, the evidence, and the applicable law, so you should give them your close attention. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
On October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed two of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded, and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you are going to hear is that at 4:35 a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, the co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has two dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has two major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by. Quote-unquote drive-by. Cortland Henry, and you're going to learn a lot about Miramar geography during the course of this trial, tells a story that he and his buddies, just the two that are in the car, were at a music studio here in downtown Fort Lauderdale at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. He's going to tell law enforcement, and you're going to hear this statement, you're going to hear the actual audio of him telling law enforcement, we were at the recording studio, we drove home, because they lived out in West Miramar. You're going to hear Cortland say that they come across in the path of travel, that they're getting off the highway on I-75 southbound to go west on Miramar Parkway. And you're going to hear that on Miramar Parkway, sometime between 160th, which is also commonly referred to as Dykes Road, and 172nd, Cortland Henry says they were shot at. That he ducked down, and you'll see him doing that in the video, and that he didn't see any car, he didn't see any people, he has no information, and that he quickly went to the nearest hospital. So you're going to learn that when you go on Miramar Parkway and you take that right at 172, Memorial Miramar is just about 1 mile north. So the distance between most major intersections in Broward County is 1 mile. So you're going to learn that from 160th to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to the next major intersection on Miramar Parkway, 184th, 1 mile. So you're going to hear and find that Mr. Henry's statement that the car is traveling westbound on Memorial Parkway, then goes north on 172nd and shows up at the hospital, the drive-by, is completely and utterly false. How can I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the detectives from Miramar at this point shut down the entire length of Miramar Parkway from 160th to 172nd. And they sit and they walk side by side for an hour, that mile-long stretch, looking for evidence of this drive-by. Because evidence is the remnants a crime leaves behind. And in this case, the lack of evidence is very important. There is a lack of any evidence whatsoever to support that a drive-by happened on Miramar Parkway. What would they look for? Shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they said, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong, maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fire casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects. That has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address is a recording studio, and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by. In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamel Demons, is in the rear driver's side seat. So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamel Demons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry, again, the driver, Christopher Thomas, in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595, one after the other. In those videos, you're not going to see them stop. And it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, used on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamel Demons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on his phone. You're going to see on that phone information
Not slamming a phone.
that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamel Demons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan.
Okay, so this is starting to get interesting, but I am noticing a few things. I'm taking down some notes, and we'll break this down after she finishes. But this is the state of Florida versus Mr. Demons here. And it's funny because she called him demons. I'm like, oh, here we go with the demon time.
They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those 2 cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear passenger seat, he had an iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in two cars and all of the cell phone tracks together, going across 595, going until they get to Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south, and you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27 and turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a trash facility. That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamel Demmons exits that vehicle and stages that drive-by. Because ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. They're looking for communication to figure out how and why and how the location of this Jeep was known, why they would be targeted. At that point, there is no communication. You're not going to see any sort of phone calls, any sort of text messages going out, setting up any sort of meeting at the edge of the Everglades at 4 in the morning. What you are going to find is that after the surveillance footage is brought up, some of these other individuals say, oh no, we stopped. We stopped the car and Mr. Demmons on the side of the highway got out of the gray Jeep and got into the red Mitsubishi. But ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know and look at the details, because the details don't match up. One person says, oh, it's at this location. One person says it's over here on the side of the road. Look at what the physical evidence shows, and that's what I would suggest to you is the most reliable things. So on the physical evidence, the Jeep is towed to the Miramar substation, and a search warrant is executed on it. And at that point, officers, crime scene technicians, and investigators start going through the contents of the Jeep. And all of the ballistic from the drive-by are all coming from the passenger side in towards the driver's side. And then from the rear of the vehicle, forward towards the front. The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters in the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window, was fatal. And that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. They are post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas.
Whoa.
You will hear from the medical examiners, Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter, who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him. You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw it, the golf ball is going to go the furthest because it has the most weight, the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, which has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling. The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this
Wait, hold on. So y'all don't even have the murder weapon? Oh, this already starting off hot.
case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen, the things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then. You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determination. So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings, .40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. Because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamel Demmons all line up at 4:02 a.m. That point, afterwards, Mr. Demmons' phone tracks with the 2 victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Cortland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamel Demmons, on the side of the road, made a FaceTime video chat. At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamel Demmons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. That it's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamel Demmons outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead.
Melly,
So what you're also going to find out
Melly, why are you FaceTiming people? Call 911.
is while Mr. Demmons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon, to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons, then, about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin where Mr. Demmons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear
This sounds
and be able to
so
see the
familiar.
videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demmons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is. 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m. another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps. you will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed the crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Melly, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number, 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get contents of Snapchat. And there are things that are there, and there are things that are not. And so, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, the Instagram, the defendant, during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018, gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially was that this was committed by a criminal gang member in furtherance of a criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamel Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamel Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine Blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs. B is for bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamel Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today. We are here because the defendant murdered 2 individuals. So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Judy, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, yo homie, you good? Let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Burtran General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good, after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
Here we go. That was opening arguments from the state, and it was actually rather quick. Here's what I got on that one. It seems a little shaky. Seems a little shaky, baby. Here's why. So typically, your opening argument is where you're going to lay everything out for the jury, show that you're going to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt that Jamel Demons actually committed the murders of his two friends. Now, there's a couple of things that don't sit well with me, right? She said detectives work backwards. When she started to say that, that's already indicative that we have an investigative problem, right? Number one, sounds like they don't have the murder weapon. They have the vehicle that was shot at and was recovered at the hospital. So it was the Jeep. Seems like there were two cars. There was a gray Jeep and a red Mitsubishi. Now, the gray Jeep shows up at the hospital with these two guys, and they're gone. She didn't say anything about Melly being in the car at the time that it went to the hospital, but that's how they were able to analyze the vehicle, recover it from there, take all the bullets from outside of the vehicle, look at, the broken glass, things of the like. It sounds like there was one spent shell casing from inside of the car. So that might be something, because that shows that, hey, were the bullets or was the gun discharged inside of the vehicle? So that might be something. Now, she talks a lot about cell phone evidence, two of Melly and the person sitting next to him being on the same cell phone plan. There's traffic cam footage. The medical examiner thing I am interested in. So it seems like the medical examiner did an autopsy, and it shows that the two victims in the car, apparently those wounds, some of the gunshot wounds, were inflicted post-mortem. So I want to see that as well, because what does post-mortem means? It means after the person is already dead. So we'll see. This happened at 4 a.m. And I don't know why, but Melly FaceTimes his girlfriend and his mom, which is not terrible, but it's like, wouldn't your first call to be 911 or whatever the case may be? But then she gets into the gang activity. She says he's a gangbanger, that he's a blood, all right? And she talked about stacking. We talked a lot about social media here. I did hear that with this case last go around, that there were some pieces of evidence that are from Snapchat. And y'all know Snapchat, if you used it way back in the day, it was super popular, I would say like a decade ago. You could send people messages and they would disappear, right? You would think that those messages are gone forever, but they're not. They are not. So that is the opening argument here. Those are the notes that I have on it. Let's see what the defense says, and we'll see what type of lawyers that Melly has. Because again, this ended in a mistrial. We didn't get any, as far as I know, and I could be wrong, I didn't see any guilties, but we will double check to make sure we give you guys accuracy. Looks like they also have two witnesses after these opening arguments, so we'll be able to breeze through this ton of TiVo time. But this is YNW Melly's first trial that happened in 2023. His next trial is a few weeks away from now, September 19th. There's a series of hearings, so I'm trying to catch us up as fast as possible. And of course, for those that missed the announcement at the beginning, we're doing Donald Adelson as well. As soon as we finish this, we're going to go to Charlie's case, and then my team is working on deep dive videos on both of these cases for y'all on weekends. So Team AV's got a busy summer, and we will be in here like swimwear. Let me just read a few super chats while we have a little bit of a break. Deandra comes back with another 2, says state believes Melly is a snake who killed his homies. That's what she is saying here. And I'm hearing from some of you guys in the chat that this prosecutor has been removed from the case for the second go around. I have not seen her arguing in the motions hearing. So that's going to be interesting. But thank you, Dee. Shout out to Film Freak, who gifted a membership. Good to see you, Film Freak. And honestly, guys, since the Karen retrial and, my interview with Melanie and Andrea, this is the first time that this Chatterhood has had an opportunity to hang out. So we'll be here for a few hours. Get comfy. But thank you so much, Film Freak, for gifting that membership. It looks like Tiara received it and said, thank you so much, Tiara. If you received it from Film Freak, please say thank you. Toker Badass has renewed his membership, rejoining the family. It's good to see you, brother. Hope everything is going well on your end. All right, chat, let's get into the opening argument for the defense's side.
Counsel, thank you. Mr. Howard?
We have 5 minutes.
Will you recess? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, or how to discuss the case in the present. Concerning no research, just leave them programs on the chairs. Thank you.
All right, looks like the jury's leaving. There you have Melly with his defense attorneys. Let's skip some of this and see what's going on. The jury left. This is a pretty long break. Looks like they were conferring, talking about some things up at the bench. How does it feel to not see Auntie Bev at the stand, guys? It's a little weird. It's a little weird. This is what happens when we switch trials. Let's get to the defense's opening argument right about here. We don't have sound now.
Great power, endless resources to perform their mission of pursuing justice. But that's not what occurred here. What they will bring you is a case that is riddled with reasonable doubt, that is founded on an incompetent and incomplete investigation, and the exercise of poor judgment at every turn. The state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the allegations that they have made. And there is a reason for that. You recall Ms. Bradley, some of you may recall, during jury selection, going to great lengths to let you know that she does not have to prove motive. And she's right about that. The law doesn't require her to prove motive. But you know what does require motive? A young man to wake up one day and decide that he's going to kill two of his best friends. Best friends that he grew up with, best friends that he hangs out with, best friends who he lives with, best friends whose careers he was trying to launch alongside his own. They have no reason for why he would do this, because there is no reason. And if there's no reason, it doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know.
Oh, I like him already.
That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Why he would commit such a heinous.
Listen, we got to go back. That was good. That was good. The state, like, hey, why would he do something like this? I don't know. That was good.
It doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know. That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Murray, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision, and he zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence. There's a difference between cases that are investigated and cases that are fabricated. When a case is investigated, the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and all its energy to identify leads and run them to ground. When a case is fabricated, first a target is chosen, and then the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and its energy to run that target into the ground. That's what occurred here, and there's a reason why I say that. There are a number of leads that you will discover that were identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Let's start with the most obvious one. Cortland Henry. Now, Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat of a car with 2 dead bodies, car riddled with bullets. And when he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he had discharged a firearm. And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred. And he lies about not having a phone. I think it was Miss Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in his pocket. Not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car.
Oh, okay. Friend.
So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they labeled him a victim. And they said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location. To see if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe. You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location. Why? Moretti already had his man. What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened. He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who were they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discuss what they describe as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these 2 people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll.
Go back.
The public domain. So 3 days after, these 2 people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know all these intimate details? Oh, I heard it, something to the effect of I had word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored. Then there's Robert Colbert. Who is he? He's a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message, LOL, we killed 2 of your neighbors. Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Coburn, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Coburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own? If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20?
Tell him.
And if he's in the business of doing that, that's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hetchin. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, we coming at that Jeep. Can't remember the quote. You're going to hear about it. And essentially it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime, you've already determined who your defendant will be? And when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is 1.5 years before, they said, oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career. Who told him that? They're not talking to a soul. So it took them 1.5 years to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, hey, did you commit the murder? No. Were you in the area? No. Where were you? Well, I could have been at work. At work where? Any one of 3 places. Okay, could you give me a work schedule? As though that would prove anything. He says, well, I can get it now. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me. Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, oh, he's not there, wasn't him, case closed. Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You are going to hear about them during the course of this trial. But beyond that, 3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life.
Well, damn.
This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, The murder of anybody and the murder of these two young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have watched it. Jurors often get confused as to their mission. You can't do a job unless you know what that job is. Every civil society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes and offenses. That's a noble pursuit. There's nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is, they send a cop to go arrest him, they throw him in jail, that's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show to see who you like more. There are two grades, beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A+, everything else is an F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses.
An objection.
You are akin to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for? They don't look for milk. They look for fat. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for. They have no motive. Their entire case is hinged upon the technology of a phone they claim to have been in Mr. DeMons' possession. What they fail to tell you is that they have come across evidence that Mr. DeMons got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their feet. What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamal DeMons. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him because that is consistent with their theories. They don't follow leads. They have no motive. The investigation was botched. The investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt. And what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, If you say that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. Should probably get to it.
Ooh, chat. That was good. That was good. This attorney did a great job. Melly's team came out swinging. In fact, he said, "Oh, you know, this woman is good at her job, the prosecutor, right? But you don't get a great effort award. It's not about effort. It's about what you can prove." So as I recap that, guys, let me know. Now we've seen both opening arguments. We've seen the state's opening argument and we've seen the defense's opening argument. Team Melly came out swinging, and a lot of new material that wasn't mentioned in the prosecutor's opening arguments came out with the defense. I really like this lawyer. And I'm hearing from some of you guys that he retired after this case and will not be on Melly's team for the second round. But it's good to watch. He did a great job. Let me know what y'all think. Who did a better job? Put prosecutor in the chat if you think it's the prosecutor. Put defense if you think it's the defense. Here's what I got from that. And I think it was Cash Money Cass who said it. There was a bar in there where he was like, there's a big difference between a case being investigated versus fabricated. I was like, oh, okay. He made fun of them a little bit. He was very charismatic, connected with that jury, looked at his notes, but really had a strong connection with the jury as far as eye contact, body language, all of that, voice deflection. It was perfect. You know, they're asking, hey, you know, investigators, did you know why he would want to kill his friends? He said, I don't know. That was good. So a little bit of humor in there. He talked about Detective Moretti, who seems to be one of the biggest characters in this case. He received a few leads about what happened. And did he follow up on those leads thoroughly? You know, to hear that the co-defendant, Cortland Henry, drove the bodies to the hospital and had gunshot residue on his hands. That alone is like, what are we doing here? No murder weapon, GSR on his hands. Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting. Right? And the co-defendant lied about a lot of things. And it's Melly's co-defendant, right? So I thought that was interesting. Second lead, there's a jail phone call 3 days after with other people talking about it. The third one, we're looking at Instagram posts again, where there's this kid named Robert Colburn. I guess his Instagram handle was backwards, and he sold his Instagram account for $20. I mean, that don't make any sense, but I guess they'll show us as we get into the trial. And then lastly, there's another kid who made a Twitter confession about this case. And then it's a little confusing with the phones. Like, I don't know if they're sharing burner phones or whatever the case may be, but he really spent a lot of time talking about reasonable doubt and what their job is as a group of jurors. What are you supposed to look for? You're looking for the doubt. You're not here to solve the crime yourself. That is the detective's job. That is the detective's job. And the state is supposed to take that presentation, take that case file, open and shut case Johnson, and present it to this jury. So in my opinion, it went really well. Those are some of the notes that I have. And it looks like a lot of you guys are saying defense. This trial is set for September 19th. There's a series of hearings leading up to it. There's 19 days altogether. We are likely going to breeze through this very quickly over the next 2 weeks and go from there. Did he change his clothes, Norman? Wow. Yeah, and no murder weapon, guys. Alex is right. So let's go back in. We'll see the judge give them instructions on how this case is going to go. We're going to go through the logistics. And I believe for the rest of this day, they have 2 witnesses. So we're going to breeze through it. Maybe the next 2 or 3 hours we'll be hanging out with each other and seeing how the rest of day 1 went. But let's get it.
Thank you. Counsel, you ready to proceed? Want to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Manger.
Here we go. Witness 1.
Yes, good morning. You are Ms. Jessica Manger? Welcome. Come on through, this is our witness stand. What I'd like you to do is remain standing for a bit. You put your things down. Thank you. Just raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Full legal name is Jessica Hyde Member. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica, last name Amengor.
Please have a seat. Mr. Manger, that microphone doesn't move back or forward, it will only adjust up or down.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Amengor. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, State of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-sworn position, and then 6 years now I'm a sworn law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing persons reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then for traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification, so any traffic crashes that responded into serious bodily injury or death, I was fine with as well.
And can you tell us about your training experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement police academy, several classes including field training officer, training officers as they get hired, continuing my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications that I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes, so as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details at various locations in the city. So if a business is having a increase in burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies, newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets, they would one officer stand by to prevent things from happening, and then obviously anything that was transpired, call for additional resources to assist them.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital in Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is at 1901 Southwest of 172nd Ave.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So, and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right, and where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull into the emergency room, right there at the security desk, there's 2 entrances or 2 doors, but it goes with the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into the door, sitting right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. That was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle that had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond myself, I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. A vehicle that's been involved in the shooting and see multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle and see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise I have possible dead persons as well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER,
Yes.
correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here, door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle is this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement?
We have several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay, how so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just the fact that there was multiple bullet holes inside, they weren't moving. Somebody was able for me to help them. They'd be in all these pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes, so I immediately, well, after raiding in for assistance and letting the security guard, that's, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me, put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist. I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, no, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately? And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you walk it, we park the vehicle, there's a decent sized sidewalk area for people to pick which door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, some information, where any, other issue which was just to go, he's standing next to me in that area, and then at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so, all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he
I
provided?
believe it's Cortland Henry.
Okay. And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up in the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off the highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting a story. He's going like this because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat. He was driving, to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Cortland Henry?
No,
Were you able to observe any blood?
no. I actually told him several times that he was lucky because for that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked a detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as status 8 for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your mind?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states A as states 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It'll be, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. Use the lights there, counsel.
All right. We got some evidence. First piece of evidence coming in.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen? Hold on.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the properties of ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance.
Okay. This is them approaching the hospital.
And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance. What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen, with those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. Those dashes are for when the pedestrians are walking across into the yard. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the two doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is the security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that the police made.
continuing to publish?
All right, so that's Portland running up into the hospital.
I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this the where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame, is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my patrol radio.
Okay. Was that your how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
And that's me telling security guard I need medical staff.
I want to see the car.
I'm putting on gloves to check for ripples.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh, are they going to see the body? What is that? And it's blurry. This is what we're showing the jury. Did I show it to the jury like this?
And I see at this point, it looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's going to be Officer Hetchin.
Oh, that's a good point, blurry.
Okay, that does look intentional. All right, here's this, and especially because when they ran this 3 years ago, it's blurry on purpose because I wanted to see the car, but it looks like the 2 deceased individuals are being moved into the hospital, so they probably blurred it on purpose. Thank you, Lori. That was a good point. Oh no, you can see one going in. One victim. Being wheeled in. On board. Have a nice view of the man's head.
Excuse me, let me- Sure.
What's going on with the Burtran audio? Okay, Florida's got to get it together. It looks like that was a sidebar, one of our first sidebars that we've seen in this trial, and that must be some type of muting mechanism.
Now, officer, I noticed that you continue to speak with Portland Henry throughout the duration of the video. Why is it important that you were speaking with him?
So, trying to establish where this actually occurred. I'm asking him, he told me stories, he's not familiar with the area. So, every time you see him going like this, he's finishing the story, but every time I'm asking him, trying to ask him, he recognizes certain landmarks. And obviously, we lived in the city for a while, so I'm very familiar with geography. There's several highways that go through the city. So, I'm asking him specifically, asking him about these landmarks, to narrow down which highway he actually came off of.
And was that information ultimately information that was conveyed to you, conveyed to the other Miramar police officers?
Yes. So that particular night, the way our schedule works, it's an overlap with both of our overnight shifts. So at that point, you have about approximately anywhere from 15 to 20 officers working the road. So because of that nature of the call, the entire city was responding to various job duties. So several would come to the actual hospital to work that crime scene, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives. And you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit to the turnpike, there's an exit to the turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75 US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital will be canvassing those intersections of major highways to see if they can find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where this occurred.
Okay. And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video, where other police officers arrived?
Yes. So my detail work is until 6 a.m. and obviously this happened at 4 and change. So I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Any questions?
Yes. May I?
Ross,
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
What it said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, he would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever he responded to, I read put out evidentiary was put on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue, no.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio for the officers to canvas, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation, so anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. But if they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk, or words to that effect.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance, the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still a hospital. So anybody who Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could walk into the ER and were rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken to that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep?
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Portland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down.
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
Unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Christine Melly.
Could I have one moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's called the record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything we're saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log.
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that counsel just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman when he came in, Mr. Portland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
You may sit down. Thank you.
All right, so it looks like this trial is going to run smooth, at least from what I've seen. That concludes witness number one. She was a responding officer at the hospital where the co-defendant pulled up in his Jeep and had the two dead friends in the vehicle. So we saw them getting wheeled into the hospital. We saw her speak to the co-defendant, but here's the other thing. The co-defendant was not arrested on the spot. So let's see what happens with witness number two. I love having TiVo time because we could skip through all of this and go from there.
Our board next witness.
Typical John Hetchin.
And as we approach that, quick announcement for anybody that is, we've received a ton of emails. We still have 230 t-shirts to process. If you have not heard from us, it's because you're in that group. We are likely going to have all of them done on Tuesday. So I see a few emails coming in right now. Just know that we're going to finish them all on Tuesday. We're carving out the entire day to complete them. So for those that are asking, just wanted to let you know, my team is responding. If people are like, hey, I haven't heard from you, they're going to be like, all right, you're number 66. Like they're going to let you know where you are in the line. But just know we still have our backlog. Now, the other thing is I am going to take down that Karen Reed collection because the case is over. We have sent our donation. As soon as that's done, we are moving on. It's likely not going to be any coverage on the case moving forward, at least on this channel. We're really gearing up for the Melly case and Donald Adelson. So we're just at capacity right now. But the fun part, and we do this for every single trial, is the reason why we do these rewatches is because we come up with the new merch set together. So we're going to be listening and watching closely so that way our Melly collection will be up and running soon. And then we will also do one for the Donna Adelson trial. So we're really excited. Lots of people have been receiving their shirts. And we should have all the links out to everyone by Tuesday. So just be a little bit more patient with us. But now we have a complete date. So that way we can start building our new collection. All right, let's get back into it with witness number 2.
Good morning, are you John Hetchin?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, this is our witness stand. Come on up here for a second. When you get here, just remain standing. Raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay.
You state your full name for the record.
Full name is John Hetchin,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and last name is Hettchen.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you, do not move back or forth. It just goes up or down. Just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Count you, mate.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hetchin. How are you today?
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
I'm currently employed with Burtran Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Marijuana Police Department.
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
A little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy, did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with the Maryland Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, yeah, in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all this.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
What was your job description?
Road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, 12 midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night, so I had to respond to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city, and Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sally Port area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency.
Not
like
a Sally Port.
The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle. I immediately saw hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw 2 victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works?
Crime scene log, basically, for
this particular incident. One of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being, we'll set up crime scene tape. If anyone who enters the tape will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Manger.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times of which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Amangor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was the detail officer, so on the actual crime scene log, I just have her listed as the detail officer.
And the next officer that is documented?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Myself.
After that?
Officer Cox.
After that?
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that we're at now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad.
Who else?
Officer Valdez.
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Amangor, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting of the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Step.
And what purpose is Sergeant Step in there for?
I believe he's one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was part of the investigation.
Okay. And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez.
After that?
Sergeant Worth.
And then who?
Officer Rivera.
After that, the next two detectives, who did you document?
Detective Burtran and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Burtran?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell.
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told them they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversation with them.
No further questions, Senator?
Others, any cross to this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, you're not.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
All right. All done.
Okay.
Agreed.
Guys, they're up for the sidebar.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with presence. There's no research. Just leave no head on your chairs. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
I like this judge. It's moving along pretty quickly. So we have gone through 2 witnesses so far, opening and closing arguments. I think this is going to go by faster than I thought it would. They are taking a short break. Let me see what happens here. We'll skip that break and move on to witness number 3. All right, we got a view of Melly. They just left him all alone there. His family has been showing up to court every day. That's the other thing. He has been smiling a lot, laughing a lot from what we saw last time. So in good spirits. He's still in custody right now. Altogether, he's been in jail for almost 7 years, 7, 8 years. So it looks like They put him back in the holding or behind there because he's still in custody. All right, they took a break. Looks like
We have not.
All right.
Mr. Adelstein?
Based upon their representation, that it's identical to what we were given.
How many pages?
It's
20 pages, 25 pages of it.
25 pages. Based on their representation, that it's identical.
All right, so it's based on that representation, you're not disputing it, and the instructions are like 2.6, we're going to read that at the appropriate time. All right, so Gary, you can just put one on each of the chairs. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I vote for, Your Honor? Would you like a copy?
That's fine, I'll take it. Counsel, you gave me, I guess,
There are two statements. One is very short, one is longer.
Counsel, you've seen both statements, is that right?
We're comparing them right now, but yeah, there's a difference in the pagination, but I think it's essentially the font.
But they're not being disputed.
This
All right.
is a video statement.
That says both statements, not being disputed.
So, showing defense counsel before we start the exhibit, previously shown to them.
What is that?
Some housekeeping stuff, guys.
You got it.
Jury's filing back on in. This is the double murder trial of YNW Melly. I think he was, I haven't heard his music like that, but I know that he is a rapper. These guys were coming from the studio when this drive-by shooting happened.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the approach of the defendant, his counsel, the state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, jury, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, in your absence, I had Gary leave two transcripts on your chairs. We're going to get to those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Burtran, Your Honor.
Mr. Burtran, please. Good morning, you are Hector Burtran?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here, please. When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full name for the record.
Hector Burtran,
Spell
Jr.,
your first and last name for the court report.
H-E-C-T-O-R, E as in boy, E-R-T-R-A-N-D.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Burtran, that microphone in front of you, only adjust up or down, not back and forth, all right? See you a little too high. All set, ready to go? Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Burtran, during our police department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years,
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in the Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to the road. I never left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics. And then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is
I
there
couldn't give you a number, a lot.
more than 100?
Yes,
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So drawing your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as the primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not going to ask you. So going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay. Once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on or shower, so, and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti. I advised him that I had got called out, and so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay. With regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and which I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I want to go back to set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, did you become familiar with the areas of Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, County Line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound.
Westbound on Pembroke Road?
Yes.
It depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 West US 27.
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel marked as State B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately
Excuse me.
depict, what were you showing there?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75?
I have to say, this is the jolliest detective I've ever seen on a stand before. He is just in good spirits.
172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road.
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time, the state requesting a state C in, a state 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
Thank you.
States B, mark states B.
So Detective Burtran, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see. Thank you so much. So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from the Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Gary, one second. Gary,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go.
and Detective, could you so kind as to step down so we can use the easel? Sure. Counsel, can you move to this? So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Yes.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'll start with the Bow Campers Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, I believe, right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here, there's a Home Goods, there's a Chick-fil-A, there's a gas station here in the corner, there's a Benihana's, there's a Home Depot, Anthony's Cold Pizza, there's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm going to stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what is Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county is in?
I guess, yeah, yes.
And
We know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is over here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated, is on Miramar
Yes.
Parkway before 172nd, if you were headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Okay, does 172nd run north and south?
north and south, yes.
Okay, can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs, again, east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road, and it goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming to court today? Don't let the ladies know them, Jersey.
Yes.
Detective, do those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th in the second map?
Yes.
To your knowledge and experience working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd, because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 170.
All right, Mr. Jolly Man here. We just want to know exactly where the crime scene is. Where did the drive-by shooting take place? Point it out. You don't need to go through all the things.
Second to 184th. Sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately
Yes.
correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting that states C in as states 3 and published to the jury.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we'd object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when the witness said he cannot attest it.
Yes, you do. Anything else?
Man,
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State C or state C three.
just to be able to publish the version of the jury, select the larger version of state C. This one is double-sided. Detective Burtran, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Pollo Tropical. Do you point that out to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Over here.
Okay, and you said a Chick-fil-A as well.
Chick-fil-A is going to be around there somewhere.
And if you could indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway.
Over here, this is Dykes. And
160th?
Miramar Parkway, 160th.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd and Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of states C. We're going to show the Pollo Tropical again, please, if you'd be so kind. Okay. And then the Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is going to be Silver Lakes here, and then over here on this side, and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes, and there's another development here, I can't remember the name of it, but this here is Sunset Lakes and runs west.
And Sunset Lakes you're doing is west of 184.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes,
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
in his statement.
Okay. So I'm going to first start, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States D for identification purposes only. Look at that, I do not show that to the jury. Does that map fairly and accurately depict Miramar from from State Road, Pembroke Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states D in as states 4 and request permission to publish.
It'll be admitted.
States New York, states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of states D, to be so kind, detective. The address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street. Was that address made familiar to you as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's another guard gate down there somewhere.
So is it fair and accurate to say that this is Southwest 40th Street right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, does that indicate with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the
Speaking
map,
objection.
Come cycle.
And after this sidebar, like a little sidebar, this, they're having a wait.
That's their mute button. It's how is your mute button that loud? Anywho, he makes a lot of speaking objections. They're saying that he's adding on a lot after he answers questions. Correction there. But that's what we're looking at, and they want him to stop that behavior. I mean, he did seem a little smug. This is going to be a little bit longer of testimony. I do have it on 1.25 speed, and from what I can see ahead, he's going to be on the stand for a little while. But we're going to skip through it, and then there's just one other witness for the day, and then we'll wrap up, guys. But Melly is here. He's been talking to the female attorney that is sitting to his right. I'm hearing that with this trial, there are going to be some things that come out about her. If you have not seen it, I'm not going to spoil it because I don't even know the details of it, but I cannot wait. It's going to be fantastic. Let's jump back on in and skip this sidebar if we can with the loud mute button.
Pictures of it. And so the state indicated that they were using these as demonstrative aids. And so what I want to tell you, though, is these blow-ups of the items are actually in evidence are to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, these demonstrative aids are not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless they are later received evidence. They should not be used as a substitute for evidence. The evidence is what's been previously marked as smaller version of only items of evidence. That only items that have been marked in evidence will later go back to you during your portion during deliberations. So these blow-ups, these demonstratives would not go back unless they're later received evidence. All right?
Good.
Sure.
The loudest mute button I've ever heard in my life. But they are approaching again and again. They're just making a correction so the jury knows this is day one of the trial. The prosecution can use these enlarged photos, these demonstratives, to show you where the locations are of, you know, where the co-defendant lived, where the incident took place, things like that. It's just a map to guide them. But again, the detective was adding on certain things with his testimony when, you know, the questions that are being asked of him are very simple. He does not need to add any additional things to those questions. Let me skip through this sidebar and then I think they go to lunch, but let's keep going.
Okay, so the 40th, the 18521 Southwest 44th Street, as well as the 40th Street entrance for Sunset Lakes. So we're going to move on from this one. We previously talked about the jurisdictional borders of the city of Miramar going to US 27. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States E for identification purposes. You can just look at that. Does States E accurately depict Miramar from US 27 to I-75 from north of Pines Boulevard, south of County Line Road?
Just another brief interruption so you guys know what's going on. We don't typically see this in the trials that we've covered, but this is how I learned in law school. So the gentleman that's in the middle of the screen right now, that is one of Melly's defense attorneys. He is standing up to, you know, when it comes to demonstratives, you can actually stand and see what the other side is presenting to the witness. And just, you know, be there to take notes. You can object there as well. We typically don't see it, but it is happening in this Florida courtroom. So wanted to point that out to you guys as well, as this detective is checking out the map and they are using the demonstrative in this testimony.
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States E in as States 5.
Any objections?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States E mark states number 5.
And so the identical larger version of it here. So Detective Burtran, if you could show here, ladies and gentlemen, where's I-75 on this map?
Again, I-75 was here.
And just so it's clear for the record, that's the yellow indication road with the 75
It's
on
going
it.
north and, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the Pembroke Road, can you show where that is on this map?
Pembroke Road is this one here. This one's Miramar Parkway, and this is Pines Boulevard. And the county line is down there.
And the county line is that C9 canal down there at the bottom?
Yes.
Is the Pines Boulevard marked on the map accurate?
Yes.
Is Pembroke Road as indicated and marked on the map accurate?
Yes.
Is Miramar Parkway is marked and written on the map accurate?
Yes.
And the bottom of the map with the C9 canal, it's not labeled, but is that an accurate depiction of the southern boundary of Miramar?
Yes.
Going out to US 27, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which roads connect from Miramar to US 27?
The only road that it actually, it looks like over here in Pembroke Road it does, but it doesn't. So the only way you can go to US 27 is you have to actually go into Pines Boulevard and head west. And then this is US 27th, and then when you get there, you make a left and you go southbound.
Okay. Now that we've established some of the jurisdictional boundaries, I'll get back to your investigation in this case. So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Burtran Henry.
Yes,
Was that statement audio recorded?
yes.
Was the Miramar Police Department using body-worn camera footage at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras. I'm not sure if road patrol did or didn't. But the detectives did not, and I believe they still don't.
And so there's any video recording of this statement?
No,
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
yes,
Can I have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Those contents fairly and accurately represent the statements that you reported with Courtney Henry on October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No,
Here at this time, the state would request to move states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States F will be marked states number 6.
Here at this time, it would be appropriate for the instruction.
We will post
2.6.
the one item now, correct?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
ladies and gentlemen, regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Listening to a recording.
Starting with the shorter of the two.
that's the last portion of it.
So then we will go to the 25-page, or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first, that's video.
Henry? What's up, Hey, my name is Detective Burtran. It's Detective Mark Moretti. We're here to talk to you about what happened. And, listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but
Okay, this is a recording with the co-defendant. All right, so now we're heating up with Courtland Henry. So let's pay attention to what the co-defendant said when he talked to these detectives about this shooting.
This doesn't show that it happened there. So what happened? Okay, tell me what happened. I was playing music, I was already doing sleepy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, I know, like, press up, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I look down, you know what I'm saying? We call it, that's almost cut. Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from? From Fort Lauderdale Studio. Which way did you take it? I took Austin from 595 to 75. Then you took 75 south? That's what, if you go from Fort Lauderdale, you take 595. Yeah. So you get off, you get on the expressway, right? Okay. And then we got off the Mark on the 8th. And then when I got past the little 317, yeah. When I got past that. Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in? I was coming, getting off the exit. When I got off the exit, after that light, when you make the right, I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing the light. You know what I'm saying? What lane were you in? I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane. The left, you know, the far left side. Yeah. Okay. And so you were already turning on the Parkway, or you were starting? I was already Yes. I'm already off of the exit, you know what I'm saying? I made the right. Okay. Three times, right? Yes. Okay, I went to that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? When you going west or east? I was going, west of this way. No. Okay. What, actually, where are you going? I'm going on house. Where's your house at? Our house is over in Silver, by Silver Lake. Okay. 1805, 21, Southwest 44th Street. Over there, I can't really like. What is it? It's 1805. 1805? 1805. Southwest. 44th Street. What? 44th Street. Okay, so you were going west. Okay, because you're saying that you made a right. Like, getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west, you know what I'm saying? Go west. If you're coming south by 75, you take the west. Okay, yeah, you make a right. There's 3 turn right, and go right. Okay, so you made a right. Can you get to Dice? I'm not, I don't know. Okay, once you make the right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's, that's where the shopping center is. On the right-hand side, there's a shopping center.
Yeah, you talking about like Chick-fil-A or something?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I got like around that area, and I started getting when I heard it, I was just like, you know what I'm saying? I felt it, and I almost scratched the car. So I hit the convenience a little bit, but you know what I'm saying? I almost scratched the car. I like stayed up a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. I couldn't really see anything because I'm like trying to avoid getting shot. Like I'm blessed to be here. Like I'm like I don't know. Like,
yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said?
Man, I was the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying not even, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to even get hit. I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life on it. And the car was rolling, I don't know what car, which way it was, you know what I'm saying? Nothing.
Do you have the description of the car?
That's what I'm saying, I didn't see anything.
Here's the hard part we're having a hard time to understand, is that we shut down that entire area, and we got officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it is hard.
Well, I'm telling you, that's like,
I mean, for one reason, your 2 friends died. Are these your good friends?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
These are your 2, I'm assuming close friends.
Yeah, no.
And you're doing them in service. They're not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't like. What do you want?
How do you make shell casings disappear?
I don't know. How can I tell you about a shell case? And I'm driving, looking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get hit. And you telling me, you telling me about this? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be worried about it.
I know it's not for you to worry about, but if you tell me it happened there, there's got to be some evidence there. There's going to be broken glass, just like there's broken glass.
Okay. All right. Here's what's happening. So the detective that's on the stand right now, Burtran, he is talking to the co-defendant who we cannot see. So they are zooming in on Melly right now, but his co-defendant is the one that you hear. His name is Cortland Henry. Now, it seems like Cortland didn't tell the truth about the location of the drive-by because the detectives are like, okay, well, you told us it happened right here. How come we're not seeing any evidence here? We should be able to recover shell casings, broken glass, things of the like. And Cortland's like, why do you want me to worry about that? I'm trying to drive away, bring them to the hospital, and I'm trying to, I'm fighting for my life. So this is interesting dialogue, but for, it is a little bit hard to hear, but I just wanted you guys to know what was going on. Uh-oh, did I just trigger?
Here,
okay.
When you guys open the doors and stuff like that, okay, there's going to be broken glass over there. When the windows got shot out, there's going to be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's going to be evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but which sounds similar to your thing,
But you need to tell it, you need to be straight up with us, okay? Listen, I know you may be maybe you're scared, you know, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job.
I'm not doing no disservice. I'm telling you the straight up honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the cluster by hitting me. You know what I'm saying? I'm God, that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
Look up and see I'm like how you looking? You got me I'm like looking for a car? No, hell no. I'm trying to.
Alright, well, you know, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. Let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we are upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, you know, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you had some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but also like it's crazy because people they didn't try us. You know what I'm saying? They talk like on social media. You know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying.
It's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is to your face.
You know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so. He was telling me like, right, he always telling me how people, just like today, he was telling me some folks from our way.
What's up your way?
Like, real research, like, that's where I used to stay, you know what I'm saying? So I grew up there, so that's our hometown, you know what I'm
So
saying?
what did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying, it's basically just like, they don't know, like, it's just anything, like, it's like, folks like, that's like, don't even like, I know. They were just hating this.
First of all, if you're up and coming, you know, in the music business, you're going to be all over social media. That's how you make your mark.
Yeah.
So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not big. I'm a beat. I don't even have fun. So I'm not like on it. Like I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. That's what we're all doing. I don't really be into that stuff. I'm trying to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the room and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW.
YNW?
Yeah, but like, I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life.
Like what?
Like I be having like my home stuff back down south. I mean up top north from her beach, but she has to stay with a friend right now. And my other sister stay with her. My other sister trying to grow up fast and stuff like that. So
Can you support them?
you know, so,
How you support them?
when they used to my own on the side, he kind of like contributed. You know, yeah, my mom like it.
With Anthony Williams, what's his nickname? Yeah, what do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him Anthony. What do you call him? Sec? How you spell that? S-A-K. S-A-K? And that's how he's known on social media as Sec? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie.
What?
Julie.
June?
Julie.
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y?
And what do you know as?
Zach and Judy.
My man?
Marie.
They call me my name.
My name?
Right?
By your name, of course. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75. Okay. You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's
This is
like
the
the
gas
curve. That's
station.
like the curve. Part of the curve.
Yeah.
And that's
That goes like that. Yeah.
it's like on down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's on down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got on down. That's what I'm telling you. I got on down.
Did you hear the Chili's?
Where's Chili? Like Polo Truck Town.
Polo Truck House on the other side of 75.
Close to 172.
Hey, do me a favor. Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone. Also, camera. You know where the Target is at? Where the new Pollo Tropical is being built?
That's the
Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway? Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got around the
Is that where the shooting happened?
Close to myself too.
So you know where Target is at?
Yeah, I know.
The Target?
About pull the truck out, I know Manchester.
Okay, so is that where you were at?
Yes, sir.
Where the shooting happened?
Yes, sir. I was just telling y'all, that's why I got off the exit and stuff. I got off of.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet, or did it happen yet?
You passed Chick-fil-A.
Not gonna lie,
Did the shooting happen?
He's making me want Chick-fil-A.
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
You said every time I passed it,
Yeah.
like a little after, you know what I'm saying? Just a little after.
Okay, so you passed the light over here, the second light. After you pass the exit, there's a light there. You turn right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection, the shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought we were finished. Look at who has entered the chat, guys. Michael Loves popping in with 50 gifted AV memberships, reactivating the Chatterhood because it's been far too long. He said, no, you get a membership. You get a membership. Everybody is getting a membership. Thank you so much to Michael Love, one of my day ones. It is good to see you, brother. We are gearing up for the summer, gearing up for the YNW Melly case, gearing up for the Donna Adelson case. And as I'm watching this, I'm just getting some more ideas for y'all because I think I have a layout of what the state is saying happened versus what actually happened. So if you're receiving a membership from Michael Love, it's still currently raining in the chat. Please say thank you. And if y'all could do me a favor and spam Michael Love in the chat, that would be fantastic. It's good to see you, brother. That just lit up my day. So thank you again, Michael Love. Let's get into the debauchery.
And then I got right on past the light. Follow me? Right on past the light, sir. And no bullshit, bro. No bullshit.
Oh, not the sound effects.
And I swerved a little bit, hit the medium, but like the car's still rolling, and like I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen, you know what I'm saying, in the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the medium? Because you got damage to the hood of your car. The damage to the hood of the car was already there? You know, after you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think Chili's like don't right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's. Like,
yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, because there's like a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there. There's a whole bunch of little restaurants. And then there's the regional park. Then after the regional park is where the Target is at, and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it had happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was like right.
Hey, how about you read the Tony show? You want to do that?
I can't, bro. Yeah, we can. But like, after that, like, I'm this shit, like, it's like breaking my anxiety and shit, I can't, it really did, right? I just seen these men in the car, dead, bro.
You don't have a cell phone? Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They stay with them.
They stay with who?
They stay with them.
They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they? Who's 21?
Anthony.
Anthony's 21,
Yeah,
and Chris is 20?
I think so. Anthony's
Damn, they were kids.
Anthony's 21, so.
You can't give me any names that you guys were beefing with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We trying to, not really, cause like,
What do you use for social media? What sites?
I use,
Yeah.
I just be on like Instagram, really. That's the only thing I be on. Maybe on everything else. Maybe on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW. Yeah.
YNWM?
Huh? YNW can.
Ban? BAND?
Yeah. My guy asked me.
Just to help us figure out what's,
Like beauty clip.
yeah.
I'm not really seeing it like my page is like.
Yeah, but that will be your friend's page, will be your friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand.
What about Anthony's? YNW?
SAK, Jason,
Sack Chaser?
all together. And what about Judy? What's YNW stand for? And Chris and Anthony, are they both from Bureau Beach too? Where they from?
Anthony's from that.
Yeah. You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name or that?
Anthony's mom's name is Jana.
Jana?
Yeah.
Jada? J-A-D-A or A-A? Thomas? What about Anthony? Oh, Jana is Anthony's? What about Chris's?
Do they live here or in Barrel? The mom?
Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Into Janelle. His brother.
Janelle brother?
So goddamn, my cousin, Jacoby, agent.
What's Janelle's last name? What is it?
D-E-M-O.
And they haven't had enough calls with lately?
Who?
Your roommates.
I'm done what I'm saying, like everybody, then people been saying like stuff is squashed and stuff like that. And
They said stuff was squashed?
people have said stuff is squashed.
Who was squashed with?
People that don't even, like, I know they.
Which we just, enlighten us. Phil saying, helps us know a little better. Who were you beefing with that it got squashed? Who was that? What's old homeboy's name? What is it? Bentley? That's his real name? That's just who we call him.
That's his real name.
And where's he from? Have you seen him down here recently?
We did get jumped in Walmart,
When?
a couple months back, so, like, I don't know who kicked out.
Jump at
Walmart. The Lord right here, Grandma, Grandma,
The Walmart closed their house?
like, yeah.
Is that everyone in Reminders?
Yeah.
And guys, real quick, thank you to Zach, who is repeatedly telling us that the trial date is a few days off. There was a hearing yesterday, the 16th. If you want to read about that, here's the proof. But thank you, Zach, for letting us know repeatedly that the date is off by a few days. Appreciate the correction.
Did you guys report it?
No.
Who jumped you? Was he inside Walmart or out in front of us? Who was it?
So, I don't know, it was like, shit, I don't know the name.
You talk about the Walmart on 184th and Pine Boulevard?
They said he called police.
Did you remember talking to the police that day or?
No, we talked to police.
You just left. The beat was inside the store? When you say fight, just fist or anything else? Any weapons shown in there? Was it safe to say you beat them?
Really you got two dicks and they stole, like they my homeboy's chain popped and they picked it up and they started like flexing on Instagram.
And also, guys, this woman on the screen, her name is Raven Liberty. So that link that I dropped, apparently she's under investigation for witness tampering. So it seems like things are heating up with this case.
So after the fight, they
So this was on Instagram?
Yeah, they posted it on Instagram. I didn't delete it because
who's that?
I think the person, the people that took it, I think they deleted the video, deleted their Instagram, all that. Like, it's crazy.
Remember the names? What was the
That's
names?
what I'm saying. I ain't know who it was. I forgot it was a guy.
But you know it was that you knew it was on social media posting?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I seen the post, but like, of course, anybody can go on Instagram and you know what I'm saying, simply just go on Pembroke Pines and people from living pop up, you know what I'm saying? Or like it's like my homeboy, he's like big, you know what I'm saying? He's big, you know what I'm saying? Who's your homeboy? He's recording my his name is Melly.
Is that the one you know?
Yeah.
He's known?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't know, like, it just came up, I know, so, like, what I'm saying is, we didn't, like, know what it was, like, it was like, I know it, like, you know what I'm saying, like, almost like, you know how you used to go to the store or something, and alright, say you go in the store, and you just feel, like, something happened, you know what I'm saying, and, like, your instinct tell you, and, like, you just, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened. Like we just called them when they didn't call them, and just happened like that. Like, you know, and they ran out of store like when they got it.
Do you have any affiliation with any of the gangs?
No, sir.
Nothing at all?
No, sir.
How about your friends?
No, none of us affiliated with him. He's just recording us.
Let me ask you, did you, huh? That's the keys to your car? Yeah, just put them over here. Have you fired a gun today?
No.
You know they're gonna be able to tell, right? Okay. I'm asking you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking you, because if somebody was shooting at you, you know, and you shot back, that's self-defense. So there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Actually, the law allows you to do that. But I just want you to be straight up with me, okay? Because if we test your hands and stuff, it's going to tell us if you shot a gun today. Are there going to be any guns in the car? Were you guys just smoking out when you guys were in the car driving?
No, they no, it was like when I got on close to the exit though, they was like You know what I'm saying?
Well, because the car reeks, you know, so. Okay, I just want to know, you know.
I'm saying stressful, like, I'm saying, because I don't have any life, like, dude.
Right. You guys doing any dope deal gone bad and that's why this happened?
And you guys work. How do you guys support each other?
Coach, my homeboy is assigned to court of my part.
Jamel? Yeah. That's how you're paying for the rent of the house and utilities and everything?
Yes, sir.
Who's he signed with?
He signed up to 100.
Hold up.
With 300?
Yeah. I'm assuming that's a rental car?
Yeah.
Who's the car manager?
Well, I'm in.
What's that?
I'm in.
Which one your manager? What's his name?
It's like Francis, something.
Your manager?
I'm calling my meeting. I need to know. And I just met him like this year. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna like just know the name. But his name's Track.
It's what?
It's Track.
Trek? T-R-E-K?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to provide us to help us for your friend's sake? This is the point, that anything you're involved in, anything illegal you tell us, it's fine. It's a wash at this point. But we need to know the full story for Anthony and Chris to say.
Yeah, we don't care as far as that. All we care about is your friends, who shot your friends, right? We're homicide detectives, so I don't care if you were doing a drug deal, I don't care if you had a beef with somebody. I'm just telling you, you know, I don't care any of that shit. All I care about is solving your friend's homicide.
No, it wasn't nothing like that, bro. I told y'all a story, and that's it, bro. I don't even talk about it. Like, bro, I told y'all.
Not Melly laughing at him.
I don't know.
Okay, just so you know, all right, because you're saying, well, I don't want to talk anymore. There's going to be a lot more questions. There's, you know, and we're not trying to piss you off. The thing is, we don't know your friends.
Yeah.
So the reason we have to ask all these questions, because the more we know about your friends, your lifestyle, your friend's lifestyle, your friends, his friends, and the circumstances surrounding today, the more, you know, easier it's going to be for us to try and solve this. Okay, if we don't get any information, you know, it's, let me throw this out to you, okay? And just be straight up, man, just be, this is an honest answer, and I would respect you, okay, by just telling me the truth, even if it's something that I don't want to hear, but I respect the truth rather than BS, okay? And a simple question, if you knew who did this, okay, you may or may not know, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? It's either a yes or no question. Answer.
Honestly?
Yeah, honestly. The truth. You wouldn't?
Because I wouldn't really be a part of it. I wouldn't really be.
Okay. I respect that. I respect that.
It's a lot of coldness.
Because you rather just handle it within you guys? Okay.
That's his hand.
I'm so fucked up right now, like, I don't know, I'm so sorry for my language, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit making me emotional, bro. Like, I ain't been asleep since yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit just fucked me up, bro. You know what I'm saying? And y'all got taking shoes, and I just got them these back from somebody that goddamn took them from me. You know what I'm saying?
Took the shoes?
Yeah, and I had to give them back, and I had to clean them up.
Who took your shoes?
My homeboy had them took them, and I had to go get them. He had to fuck them up, man. I just cleaned them today.
He stole from you?
He like some kind of like switched my issues when they're done. You know what I'm saying?
He just yours.
Nah, he just came down there just to, you know what I'm saying, just to.
They are giggling.
So he came down there just to, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, your house arrest is recording together. Hey,
Listen, this does not look good.
Like Raven and Melly are practically just having a conversation the whole time. Like, I get that they're close, but this is a double murder trial, Melly. You might want to take it. I wonder how the jury was reacting. We saw it in the Karen Reed case. We would look at Twitter, which is a very dark place, but we looked at Twitter to see what live jury reactions were. I wonder what they thought looking at Raven and Melly just having a conversation as these recordings were happening.
I don't know the exact like location, you know what I'm saying? Because it's my first time being there. You know what I'm saying? They brought me there. So like,
give me some landmarks.
Those in there, like that's probably
Anywhere?
in 4-5 there.
You know what exit off from 95? Do you get off 95? Is it on East?
Yeah, it's off 95. I think so. I think it's like, is that Oakland or something like that?
Oakland Park?
Yeah, I think something like that. I had to come home, you home.
Yeah.
Trying to help, you know, the friends. I know what happened. I know.
So, you know, I mean, my friends,
It's just like, I can't, like, you know, like, if you was there, and you was inside.
I understand, and, you know, getting shot at, I'm sure it's not a fun thing. I've been shot at too, so I definitely know. But I definitely would want, you know, to find out or help the police as much as possible, you know. Because, listen, the bottom line is, man, you know, I know you're mad and you want revenge and all that kind of stuff, but the reality is, what's it going to bring to you? A momentary satisfaction? I'm just saying, what would that bring to you? A little bit of satisfaction, but then you get caught and then you end up, you know, in jail. Maybe you killed them, they're suffering or whatever is done and over, they don't get justice through the law, but then you end up in jail. You know, so who won? You know, it's the truth, you know, they win, because you know, because now instead of killing 2 people, you essentially kill a third, because once you go to jail for life for killing somebody, then your life is essentially over too. So, you know, you gave him the satisfaction of taking out the entire car.
I'm not there, you know, I'm telling you, I was trying to meet some of my mom and my sister, and that's what I was trying that's hurt, this hurt to get, you know what I'm saying? I hurt to get to lose 2 people you grew up with, you know what I'm saying? That shit hurt.
How long have you known?
Yeah.
Anthony and Chris, like how many years?
Yeah, like
5 years? How did you guys meet? Was it school or was it school? Or just do music this?
With your Honor's permission, may I publish the last short clip?
It's in evidence, correct?
Yes.
You may.
They got a projector-like thing. That's interesting.
When you came down, so you didn't get off on 75. I mean, you got off on 75 when you came down. You didn't get off, you didn't come from like 95 and get off on Allendale.
I came from, okay, Fort Lauderdale, you drive like 5 first. It's right on the Sawgrass Expressway.
Right. You got 595.
Yeah, it's like Florida, it says Florida International, you know what I'm saying? And then I got on the expressway. On the expressway take you all the way to Miramar, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you took 95 south, then you went, you're saying 595?
595
to 75?
Yeah.
And then south on 75 and got off on the Miramar exit off of 75. Okay. which is where the boat campers is and all that.
Yeah, okay. You said boat campers?
Boat campers, restaurant, boat campers.
I think it's lit up, it's lit up?
Yeah.
It's like a little
Big restaurant, yeah, lake around.
Okay, that was called.
Yeah. All right, we'll do some stuff here real quick and as soon as we're done, we'll get you home. Okay?
What did they come up
Thank you, Council. Does that conclude the publication?
You're done, Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Can you collect the transcripts from the ladies and gentlemen jury, please? Ladies and gentlemen, pass the transcripts. Hold them to the bailiff, please, Gary.
Chairman, would you be allowed to get those to take a break in the meantime?
You have more, Gary?
Yes, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're going to do. It's now 12:40. We're going to take our lunch and recess. Remember the admonition that I gave you previously. You are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or no leader. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll see everybody back at 2 o'clock. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice lunch.
Right. And guys, we have TiVo time, so we're going to be able to skip this. We are doing a complete rewatch from scratch. This is Melly's original 2023 case. And of course, many of you guys have been asking, are those Melly's real teeth? Yes, he has diamond crowns, okay? Diamond crowns in jail. I'm told that he has had to have some dental care because they're hard to maintain with jail conditions and things like that. But you are seeing that correctly. I was worried about it. I was just like, does he have grills on? And how are they allowing him to have grills on? No, those are dental crowns that are encrusted with diamonds. Never seen that before. Very interesting. But we are going to skip their lunch break. It looks like we're going to have a little bit more time with this detective on the stand, and then we're going to complete the day with one more witness. So it's kind of nice to like get through this so quickly. But yes, I think what we're going to do, because a lot of you guys have been giving our team information, we're going to put out our Donna Adelson video tomorrow, but I want to dig into Raven Liberty a little bit because it seems like the tea is hot with that attorney. Prosecutor is also off the case, and there's a different prosecutor this time. Pretrial hearings are underway. There was one last week, and I think there was one on the 16th. So I'm going to catch up on all of it, and by the time we come back on Monday, give you guys a full report on what we can expect. We're halfway through. Let's jump into it and skip their lunch break. Also, check out this judge here. No nonsense. Look at what this sign says. It says professionalism and civility. Anything less will not be tolerated. Wow. He said, don't play with me on this stand, okay? Do not do this on the bench.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury's discussed out. Counsel remain. Along with the defendant, anything to discuss, counsel?
Just if I could tell Detective Burtran, I did not have any communication with you while you were on the stand. If any issues arise, please contact my office and I'll get a message.
Anything to discuss? All right. Have a nice lunch. See everybody back at 2. Thank you.
We'll see how he does the first few days, but I might make that the first piece of merch. Professionalism and civility. Anything else will not be tolerated. That might be it. That might actually be it. Okay, they took about an hour lunch. It looks like they come back right around here. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at how much time we skipped.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the input of the defendant, Mr. Evans, his counsel, and assistant attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, all witnesses for Burtran and members on the stand. Now, I think we'll vote for lunch. You're still on your direct examination of witness. If you're ready, we'll proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon, Detective Burtran. We left off listening to the statements that you took. First, I want to ask you a question. There's an incessant beeping going on at the beginning of the statement. What was that?
I believe that was medical equipment.
Okay, where were these interviews taking place?
Inside I guess, where you put patients, a little room.
So an exam room at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. When you were finished speaking with Mr. Henry, and there you discussed in there a part where the officers were walking shoulder to shoulder down your Parkway.
Yes.
So in terms of the time frame of that morning, when is the statement with Mr. Henry taking place?
The statement with Mr. Henry, well, I got at the hospital at 5, and I believe it was at 6:05 when we started the interview.
And so between 5 and 6 a.m., the area between 172 back east to 160th has already been searched.
That was, I believe, prior to me getting there. They had searched from I-75 to Dykes on 160th. And then after I left the hospital, because that's why you hear in the interview us talking about, well, we didn't find anything, because that was the initial area that was searched. And so then after I left the hospital, I met, there's a Walgreens on the northwest corner of Dykes and Miramar Parkway. We met there with about 20 officers or so. There were sergeants, CSAs, road officers, traffic unit, and I told them I wanted to block off Miramar Parkway from 160th all the way to 172, the westbound lanes, and eventually we did that. But prior to that, Detective Moretti and Toyota drove Cortland to the area to get a better, a lot of the interview, that's what we were trying, that was important for us to find a location and jurisdiction.
So is it clear there was actually 2 searches done between I-75 and 172?
Well, actually 3.
Could you
There
explain?
was 175, I-75 to Dykes, 160th. Then I was involved personally from 160th to 172. I assisted in walking that area also with, I think...
That's the 20 officers you were talking about? That
well, the 20 officers to block off everything, and then we had, I think a dozen officers, including myself, that actually walked from 160th. This was a second search. And then once we finished that one, they continued from 172 to...
Like 184th we discussed earlier?
Right, exactly.
So going to the search from 160th to 172, you testified previously it's a mile distance.
Yes.
How long did it take to conduct that search of that mile with the 12 officers?
It took us about an hour to do it, because we would stop along the way, we would find a little debris, kind of look at it to see what it was, and that kind of stuff. And essentially we walked shoulder to shoulder, kind of like,
Okay. Did you find any shell casings?
No.
Any glass fragments?
No.
Any projectiles?
No.
Any tire marks?
No.
Any sort of impact or anything on the median that would indicate a crash or recent friction?
No.
That's the thing. Like, if you did not find any evidence of this drive-by shooting, like, doesn't that go against you and you're the state, you're the prosecutor's office. If you didn't find any evidence, how do you think the jury's going to interpret this?
The next thing that you did you continue on from 172 to 184 of that mile-long search?
Other officers continued that search.
But were you there personally?
No.
At that point, did you travel to a location in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
Yes.
And would that be 805 Northeast 4th Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
When you arrived at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, what was that?
That was a recording studio, kind of like in a warehouse district.
When you went there, did you make contact with the management and the owner-operator of that business?
Detective Toyota did.
Once you went to that studio, did you determine the name to be New Era?
Yes.
After you went to New Era, did you review the surveillance footage that was collected from New Era?
At one point I did.
Okay. I'm now forgetting what's been previously marked as stage G for identification purposes only.
Yes.
Detective Burtran, is that the studio footage that you recovered from New Era on October 26, 2018, along with Detective Toyota?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the studio footage that you reviewed of October 26, 2018?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state request states GN.
No objection?
Okay.
It'll be admitted.
States G, remark states number 7.
Permission to publish?
Yes, you may public, you're looking at the light skin?
Yes, please, Your Honor. And so, Detective Burtran, are there a number of clips on this particular footage that you retrieved?
Detective Toyota was the one that downloaded it, but I reviewed it all there also.
Okay. I only at this point am going to publish the exterior from channel 4, 2018, 1026, 02, 17, and 41.
Whoa. There's the 2 cars. You can see Melly. Well, I don't know. That might be the other guy. Yeah, on the driver's side. These are kids. They're so young.
Excuse me, you're able to see? Yes, all right.
Some of them getting in the car for the last time. That 2:19 a.m. Gray car pulls off. Red car leaves.
Detective Burtran, in your experience in collecting or reviewing surveillance footage over the course of your career as a homicide detective, is the time always accurate?
No.
Is it your recollection that this was off by 1 hour due to not being adjusted?
Oh my God.
This objection.
Foundation.
Sustained, rephrase.
When this video was recovered, was there a determination made as to how far off the time was from real time?
Same objection. Question comes sidewalk.
The time is off by an hour? Shout out to Gloria. The time is off by a full hour? So this is actually 3:20 a.m. instead of 2:20 a.m. The time is off a full hour. Oh, man. Boy, oh, boy. We heard some heated objections, and we have our loud mute button. That was the loudest mute button ever. Sidebar over.
Detective Burtran, when you arrived on scene with Detective Toyota, was there a process in which you determined the time of which the DVR was currently recording it and the difference to the actual time?
I really wasn't involved in that portion of it.
So you wouldn't be the best person to ask?
No.
Understood. Prior to viewing this footage, had there ever been any mention of a fourth person in the gray Jeep?
No.
After you went to this location, did you travel back to Miramar?
We did.
And where did you go when you went back to Miramar?
We went to the office, which is in the clubhouse of Sunset Lakes.
And at that point, did you obtain surveillance footage from there?
Detective Toyota did.
And we're going to get that in for a different witness, so. Okay. Moving on to October 28th of 2018. Did you go out of town? I'm sorry, October 27th, 2018. Did you go out of town to help further interviews in this case?
I accompanied Detective Toyota, Moretti, and I believe Toyota and Tomlin.
Okay.
We went to Vero Beach.
Okay, when you went to Vero Beach, did you record those interviews up there?
No.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I didn't speak to anyone. I stayed I believe that Detective Moretti conducted all the interviews. I stayed outside, and I think in like a kitchen area, kitchen, living room area, and I just hung out with the family that was there.
Did you provide your contact information to the family?
I believe I did, yes. I went to the car.
Specifically, Makia Bagley, that individual, did you provide your contact information?
Yes.
Did Ms. Bagley leave without saying what she sent you? On the next day, October 28th, did Ms. Bagley send you text messages?
Let me go back. I'm not sure. I know I left the card. I'm not sure if it was her. I left my card at the house.
Okay. So that was on October 27th?
Yes.
So on October 28th of 2018, without going into what was sent to you, did you receive text messages from the family members of one of the deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going forward on November 2nd of 2018, did you attend a memorial service or funeral in this case?
I did.
Is that common as a homicide detective?
It is.
Why would you do that?
One, show respect, and two, looking for information. Sometimes family members will come and approach us and talk to us. Friends, they'll come that previously didn't know about us, but now they see us there and they approach us.
Were you able to determine or develop any other leads yourself at that memorial service for
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. Moving forward to November 8th of 2018, when the first batch of phone records came in, did you take additional investigative steps?
I accompanied Detective Moretti. He asked me, based on some phone records that he got back, he asked me if I could accompany him to search an area, and we did. We went out to US 27th. Show you one.
Please, and so
we went to first place we drove to was Holiday Park, which is a trailer park north of Pines Boulevard on the left-hand side of US 27th.
So when you say left hand, do you mean
West side.
the west side?
West side.
Yeah. And describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how populated that is.
It's a trailer park, so obviously the construction is not like a house. It's not fortified or what have you, and it's pretty densely populated with a lot of trailers and stuff like that.
In your statement with Mr. Henry, you alluded to some investigation with the sheriff's office off of I-95 and Hollandale Beach Boulevard.
Yes.
As a detective in the Homicide Bureau, was it common to reach out to other jurisdictions for information?
Yes, I think while we were there, we got some information of
Objection.
Just as to what the information was.
So with regards to the trailer park, did you find any?
Oh, it's so refreshing. I'm excited for these Florida cases. Somebody said objection and then hearsay. In Massachusetts, we don't get that. We do not get the basis for an objection.
Evidence of a shooting that had occurred at that trailer?
No.
Did any witnesses come forward and speak to you at the trailer?
No.
Were there any ballistic signs at the trailer park that there had been any shooting?
No, in fact, we kind of concluded that based on the construction of the trailers and stuff like that, and the amount of damaged bullets that were fired at the car, it was our belief that someone would have called if it happened there.
So going forward to November 21st of 2018, did you have the occasion to respond to US 27 and Pembroke Road?
And that was the second search that we did.
And when you responded to there, who was present?
Detective Moretti, Detective Toyota, Detective Smith, I believe Detective Tomlin was there, I was there, and there were some canine officers from Fort Lauderdale PD.
When you were there, did you personally collect any evidence?
No.
Who would have done that?
Crime scene.
Why is that?
Because that's their job.
As a homicide detective, do you collect evidence?
Sometimes, but we always have the crime scene if they're there. Under certain circumstances, we may, if crime scene wasn't there, and we could have them out.
And other than the investigation at US 27 that you were present for and Pembroke Road, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, going back to the one on the November 8th, we also searched from Pembroke Road. After we left the trailer park, we went back to Pembroke Road, and Detective Moretti and I walked from Pembroke Road all the way to Taft, north on Taft to Taft, and then back. That was about 2 miles. We walked the northbound lanes and then southbound lanes, and we didn't find anything.
And that's again on US 27?
On US 27.
Okay. Nothing further at this time.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you.
Except cross. See how this goes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. How soon after the car arrived at the hospital would you say you got involved in the investigation?
Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning is when I got called out. I don't have the actual incident report to see when the call was dispatched, but I got to the hospital at 5:47 is when I arrived at the hospital.
So you got there within an hour?
Yeah, 47 minutes exactly.
Okay.
Of when I got called out.
Okay. And your first assignment or the first task that you undertook was the first substantive task was to interview Mr. Henry, Cortland Henry? Is that?
Yeah, well, the first thing was I got briefed by the officers that were there. They told me what they had done to that point, which was the 75 to 160th search, and they didn't find anything. And then after that is when proceeded to interview.
Okay. So prior to you even discussing the matter with Mr. Cortland Henry for the first time, you had already been told that based on the description of the location of the incident that he provided to law enforcement, they found no evidence.
Right, from I-70, based on what Cortland told the officers. Okay. So, yeah.
So at that time, you had already formed the impression that he was either mistaken or not being candid.
Well, it was, I think through the statement, it was pretty evident that we were trying to narrow down where that location was.
Uh-oh.
You know, because we knew that based on what he initially told the officers, it didn't happen there. So we were trying to narrow it down. That's why you keep hearing us trying to figure out the locations and giving descriptions of landmarks in the area to kind of narrow down where that location was so we can look for evidence.
Right. Because he wasn't giving you exact addresses, he was giving you descriptions, and you were trying to decipher from the descriptions that he provided where he might have been described.
Exactly, where the incident happened.
And you knew to this point, at least up to the point where you began your interview with him, that the information, or at least the impressions that law enforcement had formed based upon what he said, were not matching up, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you start out your interview by telling him, hey, we got a problem. What you told us is not matching up with what we found at the scene.
Right.
And you developed an impression throughout the course of that interview that he wasn't being candid. Did you not?
Well, later on, we did, after we saw that there was a fourth person in the car, when we didn't find any evidence. But that's why we brought him to, we had officers, two detectives bring him to the scene to kind of narrow down the search area. But we did a pretty wide search of the area, just in case he was mistaken.
Sure. But even before you took him out to the scene, you were making, during the process of your, would you define your interaction and your exchange with Mr. Henry as an interview or an interrogation?
It was an interview.
At that time, you didn't perceive him to be a suspect?
No.
You perceived him to be a victim?
Yes.
But you're also of the impression that he was being dishonest with you because, I mean, several times throughout your statement, you can say, hey, you know, there's a problem. You might not want to lie to us, right?
Well, we also had misinformation in reference to an incident that happened on the east side of this city in BSO jurisdiction, which we thought could have been involved, but we later found out it wasn't, so we were mistaken about that. So we were just trying to get, it was important for us to find the location, one, because of evidence, you know, to look for evidence that would help us with the case, and the second reason was jurisdiction.
Sure. But I mean, you're a seasoned detective, right? You're retired now.
Yes, sir.
So at the time that this transpired, you were, how long were you in the force?
26 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
24 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
About 13.
So it would be fair to say that you had a dual purpose during that interview. You were trying to, or at least three purposes. You were trying to determine the boundaries of jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
You were trying to identify the location that this incident took place.
Yes, sir.
In order to determine boundaries of jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And also to further your investigation.
That's correct.
And you're also trying to get a gauge of whether the person to whom you were speaking was involved or not involved.
Uh-oh.
right?
Yes.
Fair.
Got
I mean, the number of times that you implied to him that he might be being dishonest as opposed to merely mistaken, you heard the tape earlier, right? You recall.
I didn't have a preconceived notion as to whether he was being dishonest or not. We had some mistaken information. Maybe that's where it came across that way, that there was an incident on the east side, which we later found out it wasn't. We were just trying to find out the location where it happened.
So when you were telling him stuff like, hey, you know, if it was my friend, I'd really want to help the law enforcement officers out. I mean, don't you want to help your friend? You weren't trying to get him to be candid. You were trying to get him to reach into the depths of his recollection. Is that what you're trying to do?
I would say probably both.
Okay. So you were trying to make an assessment of his credibility throughout the course of this exchange.
Sure.
Fair, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you, I mean, having been a detective for so long, you kind of have a BS meter. You refer to, I don't want to be BS, right?
Yes, sir.
You figure you have a BS meter that's pretty well calibrated.
I guess.
Was it going ding, 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 ding?
Like I said, I was trying to find out where the incident happened.
I understand.
And that was basically it.
I'm trying to ask if your BS meter was starting to be triggered throughout the course of this exchange. That's my question.
I guess.
It was.
Sure.
Okay. So therefore you did discern that this man to whom you were speaking, this man that you were interviewing, not interrogating, may be taking you for a ride. Right? That's the ding, ding, ding.
I don't know if, like I said, I was at that point, he was a victim. I had no reason to believe otherwise. We were basically trying to narrow down the location. I also understand that being shot at is a traumatic experience based on what he's saying. And that's why we had him, he was transported to the scene to see if we can narrow down the location. I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your BS meter did not go off and you did not form the impression that he was being evasive in the manner in which he was answering your questions in the tape that we all just heard.
Well, there are some things that, that's why I asked him, trying to gauge whether one of the questions that I asked him was, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? To see his response. So I guess if you want to call that a BS meter or whatever, I'm just trying to gauge if he's being truthful with me, if he's hiding something. We asked him all kinds of questions, whether it was a drug deal, whether he had a beef with someone on 75, all kinds of questions, trying to gauge what could happen. We're also trying to find out why it happened and any other things that he might be leaving out. Sometimes it's, like I said, a shooting is a traumatic thing, and
fair to say sometimes when you leave out information it's inadvertent and sometimes it's deliberate.
Correct, and we have to explore that.
And you were trying to figure out which one.
Correct.
But you drew no conclusions throughout the course of the...
Later we did. Later when we didn't find anything, and when we saw the video, we knew that where he told us it happened, it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, you perceived him to be scared because you suggested maybe you're scared. Is that what you had perceived? Or did you perceive him to just be evasive? Which one? Or neither?
I didn't draw a conclusion. I'm trying to ask him questions, again, to have him open up, see what could be him being hesitant, or if he's leaving something out, or just exploring different avenues.
Okay. What about the part when he told you that he didn't have a phone? Did that seem curious to you?
Actually, I didn't even think about it, but now it sounds kind of weird, but I didn't even think about it at the time.
You know anybody without a phone? It's not living under a bridge.
No.
So at that time, this information, this indication, this loud indication that maybe he is deceiving you, it didn't occur to you now, but upon reflection, you would say it's now occurring to you, now that I put the question.
it's easy to Monday morning quarterback when you have a lot of time. We're in the middle. My goal at that time was to find out the location, okay, so that we can look for evidence and jurisdiction. Those were the two main things at that time. And then obviously why, and get some background information as to why it could happen and things like that.
I understand that, and just to further your analogy, I would submit that during the process of this exchange, when somebody tells you, an adult male, tells you I don't have a phone, that being curious is not Monday morning quarterback. That's like missing somebody wide open in the end zone, right? But it didn't occur to you.
No, really at that time, it wasn't maybe later on it could have been something that Detective Moretti would have considered, but at that time, like I told you, what my priorities were, at least for me.
I noticed you mentioned Detective Moretti. It's not something that would have occurred to you. Was it fair to say that Detective Moretti was the one making the investigative decisions on the case?
I called him to be the lead detective because we had, like I stated earlier, we had an agreement between the homicide detectives. I was 2 years left before it was almost 2 years exactly to the time to retire. So the agreement was that if I got called out, the other guys in the homicide unit would take over the investigation and that I would assist to avoid exactly me having to come back.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work out.
Sorry about that. But you're not suggesting that the fact that you weren't lead meant that if your investigative instincts suggested that certain actions be taken, that you wouldn't suggest that to Moretti. You're not saying that.
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. To me, at that point, we were trying to find out the location and try and get some historic and stuff like that.
Okay, so we're past the phone thing. I'm just saying, as a general concept, your perception of your role vis-a-vis Detective Moretti's wouldn't be because he's the lead that if something occurred to you, you would not convey it to him. You wouldn't keep it to yourself.
No, we would discuss.
Okay, so there came a point later where you took Mr. Cortland Henry, or at least Detective Moretti did, out to the scene. So there would be no mistake as to where he said that, right?
Detective Moretti and Detective drove me to the scene.
So now we don't have the possible disconnect between what he's describing and what you perceived. Now he's saying it happened in this location, wherever it is that he took you, right?
You would have to ask Detective Moretti what was discussed. They just told me, I believe it was like in the area of the 163rd and Miramar Parkway, but we started, like I said, on 160th and proceeded westbound.
And law enforcement exerted a lot of effort, searched there, found nothing.
Correct.
Now you know this guy is not telling you the truth, I'm sure, right?
Well, at least that it didn't happen there.
Okay. So at least he's not telling you the truth as to the location of the incident, right?
Correct.
And he told you where he lived. I think early on in the transcript, he told you the address on 44th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And it occurred to you, of course, that maybe we should go and execute a search warrant on that location just to make sure that we are investigating the possible people that are involved. Did that occur to you at the time?
No, I didn't do a search warrant in that location.
Well, I know you did. I'm asking whether it occurred to you that you should have.
No.
And based upon your being in and around Moretti, you never heard him suggest maybe we go do that.
In order to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause that a crime was committed there. And at this point, we had no evidence that the crime was committed at the house to get a search warrant.
You need evidence, probable cause to determine that a crime was committed at the house, or you needed probable cause to determine that possible evidence of a crime may be retrieved from that location.
Correct. Well, yes. Yes to both of those.
Right. And so the gentleman who shows up at the hospital telling lies with two deceased people in his car, it doesn't occur to you that the place he goes directly next might be a source for you to find evidence, right?
We had no evidence that he went to the house.
Where'd he go?
According to the hospital.
Where'd he go after that? Was that a big concern?
We went to different areas. We went to other places. No, we didn't go there.
Okay, so I don't need to be disrespectful, but you now have somebody who has presented himself to dead bodies, lied to law enforcement, had a long interview where he's taking you around in circles and being evasive, and where he leaves, and you know.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Okay. Didn't occur to you to search, to track where he may be going and conduct a search warrant because it might be fruitful?
No.
At the time that somebody, at least, determined that Cortland Henry may have been involved in this tragedy, you were already off the case?
I believe I already testified to my involvement in it, so that the items that we covered was my involvement in the case, period.
Okay. So as you recall, at the time that you disengaged from further involvement in the case, Cortland Henry had not yet been identified as a potential suspect. If you recall.
No.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
It's like I'm getting cooked up here. I want them to be over, cross-examining me.
Sir, the location that Cortland Henry identified as his residence was also the place he identified as residence of the two victims.
Yes, sir.
And that didn't trigger you to think maybe to search that location either?
No.
Okay.
Damn.
Tell me again about Walmart. Do you remember what Cortland Henry told you about Walmart?
He described some incident at Walmart.
And the reason that you were asking him, I think explicitly, was that you were trying to determine whether or not there could be any other people who may have had a motive to engage in the offense.
Correct.
And he told you about an altercation that took place at Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And you know, of course, that Walmart has surveillance tapes.
Yes, sir.
And so when did you go and retrieve those tapes?
I don't know if Detective already did.
If you were making the call, would you have done so?
I
These cops.
don't know if there was no connection to it at the time. I don't know if I would have or would not.
Because you do realize you asked him that very question for that very reason.
He also said that there was nothing to it that, as best as I recall.
He said the beef was squashed.
It was, yes.
So you said, okay, well, and then that settles it.
Well, I didn't say anything. I thought,
And you didn't do it?
I didn't, no.
That complete your cross-examination, Tom?
I think so, sir, but I'm being beckoned.
Redirect.
Remember the
Oh, he's not done
reference to a guy named Bentley
yet. Ooh, who's
in the
that?
statement? That there was a beef with a guy named Bentley? You don't recall?
No.
Okay. Because we listened to the statement earlier, and that statement said the beef was squashed with Bentley. It didn't say that the beef was squashed with a Walmart. Right?
I don't recall.
So you just know that you didn't go and check up on either one?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
That's right. Detective Burtran, does surveillance footage exist forever?
No.
Is there a retention time frame in which you have to be able to go to whatever location to retrieve it?
In most cases, from a week or two to 30 days max.
Did Mr. Henry give you any more idea of a time frame as to when this Walmart incident happened?
If he did, it's contained, I don't recall at this moment.
Counsel asked you a lot about being a search
Oh my
warrant
God.
for the house.
Did y'all see her notebook? It says evil plans and stuff. Oh my God, Raven.
Correct.
Counsel asked you a lot
Evil plans and stuff. And then the back says, mwahahaha. What the hell?
about being a search warrant for the house.
Correct.
Do you have any information whatsoever that would lead you to believe the defendant, Mr. Devins, or Mr. Henry, have been at the house?
No.
Where did all the investigation point to they have been?
In the car.
With regards to the recording studio, did you go there and retrieve the evidence from that location of the
Yes.
video? No. Did you get a warrant just based on belief,
No.
on a hope and a prayer?
No.
What do you need?
You need probable cause and evidence that items of the crime are there.
Did you have anything to base that on to go to a judge and ask for a search warrant at that time?
No.
Do you know how long the defendants lived there before they were evicted? If you don't know when they were evicted, that's
I don't recall.
Counsel brought up a lot about Mr. Henry being evasive or not wanting to answer questions. You asked some questions of him. Did you think he was going to try and exact street justice?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry?
Did you think Mr. Henry was going to try and...
Sustained. I don't know about leave, sustained objection.
With regards to the questions you asked of Mr. Henry, did you ask if he was going to take any actions into his own hands?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
We are breezing through, guys. I am really happy at how fast this is moving. So we did witness number 1, number 2, number 3. This detective played a huge role in the investigation, and we're going to come to our final witness of the day, which is witness number 4. I believe it looks like it could be somebody from the crime scene team, and we will see what exactly they recovered. That cross was great. So far, it's looking like I'm really going to like this attorney, this Black attorney. He is not going to be in the second trial, but he asked some really good questions. What did he recover on cross? That this detective, he established that he had been in the business for about 26 years, right? But he knew, he even said himself that the co-defendant, who is not in the courtroom, when asked questions during that recording that we all heard, he said to him, "Hey, don't bullshit me." Meaning we went to go recover evidence from the crime scene and we have no indication that this shootout took place where you said it did. And then when asking him, other weird things came out. Like in 2018, why is it, sir, that you don't own a cell phone? And then he, threw a little bit of humor there, like who doesn't own a cell phone unless they live under a bridge, So it's craziness, but he also asked some really good questions about the fact that they didn't search anything else. They just believed what this person said because they thought he was just a victim at the time and did not look at him. Later, it comes out that the co-defendant's hands were tested for gunshot residue. It came up as positive. So interesting stuff. I mean, this is day 1 of the case, and I'm pumped to see what else comes up.
Who's next witness, Scott?
Morgan Curry.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
Bring in Morgan Curry, please.
While they retrieve that next witness, shout out to Kelly Kell, who gifted 10 AV memberships. If you got one, please say thank you. Diana got one. Kelly Bell got one. Carrie got one. Tracy got one. Tam, Stitch Lover 65, Sharon, Stephanie, Aussie, and Charlie all received memberships from Kelly Kell, our favorite 3L. All right, here's our next witness.
Thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Morgan Curry,
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
MORGAN,
Thank you. Please have a seat. Madam, that microphone will adjust up or down, not back and forth. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
The counsel may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curry. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
The Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What do you do for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
I conduct criminal felony investigations, also hold arrest authority.
And in terms of your job description,
What area or specialization do you?
Yes, so specialize in cold cases as well as in forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What does that mean to be a forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
Yes. Handle any type of forensic expertise or crime scene processing.
Okay, and the crime scene processing that you do, what type of training and experience do you have to do that from NCIS and not the TV show, just to be clear?
Correct. Received over 210 hours of formal training in crime scene processing and documentation, to also include photography, the collection of evidence, the processing of evidence, collection of DNA, fingerprinting, various other forensic principles. I also received a bachelor's degree prior to NCIS, but specifically within NCIS, just the formal training of documenting and collecting evidence.
Prior to working for NCIS, where were you employed?
With the Miramar Police Department.
How many years were you with the Miramar Police Department?
About 4 years.
And the 4 years that you were there with Miramar, what different job titles did you hold?
Started out as a evidence and property custodian for 2 years, and then was promoted to a crime scene technician for 2 years.
And so what were your job description as an evidence custodian?
Evidence custodian, so collecting as well as storing any type of incoming evidence or property for the department.
Okay, and then once you were promoted to crime scene technician, how did your job description change?
It included the same responsibilities as the evidence and property custodian, but it changed a bit as far as going out to various scenes to collect, process, as well as document or photograph crime scenes.
Did you take classes or trainings?
Yes, I did.
And so what ones did you take at Miramar Police Department?
Specifically at Miramar, completed a 16-week on-the-job training with crime scene documentation, as well as photography and other crime scene principle training, and then also throughout my employment there within the 2 years, just continued with additional advanced trainings.
Okay. You mentioned that you had a bachelor's degree as well. What was that in?
Also in forensics with a minor in anthropology.
And where did you get that?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
And what year?
2014.
Did you also obtain a master's degree?
Yes, I did.
And in 2017, where did you obtain your master's degree from?
From Nova Southeastern University.
And in what field of study?
Department of Homeland Security was the concentration, but it was the degree was titled National Security Affairs.
With regards to your involvement in this case, October 26th of 2018, you became involved in the investigation regarding Miramar case number 18-10-02069. And what was your job description for this case?
I was a crime scene technician in this case.
Were you the only crime scene technician?
No, there were several others.
So walk out of the ladies and gentlemen jury through how you first became involved.
First involvement was contacted by our dispatch unit to respond to assist with processing the scene.
And when you are contacted, are you at home? Are you on shift?
I would have to refer back to my report to specifically know for this case, but normally what happens is either contacted by phone and or if we're on our radio, we're contacted by via radio.
Do you respond directly to the hospital in this case?
Yes, I did.
What is the first thing you do when you get to the hospital?
Meeting with the detective that's on scene, if they're on scene, and or lead officer that's there to debrief on whatever my assistance is needed for.
Okay, and so what tasks were you assigned once you spoke with the officers and detectives on scene?
I was specifically tasked with photographing and documenting the individuals that were there at the hospital.
When you say the individuals that were there, were they living or deceased?
Deceased.
Did you have any involvement or contact with Cortland Henry, who would be a living individual?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any contact with the defendant in this case, Jamal Demons?
No.
So I'm going to start and go through when you're documenting the scene at the hospital. How do you do that?
First starts with speaking with the detective or officer that's there to kind of brief on the case. Then from there we start with photography. It will also include photographing the scene, photographing the important information and or evidence, documenting via notes, so taking notes as far as address, other pertinent information, and then also if there's collection of evidence, just making sure that you document what evidence you're collecting and transporting it appropriately.
In terms of the number of photographs that you take, I'm not asking you exactly how many, but how is it? Voluminous?
Could you use a different word?
Sure. Do you take a bunch of them?
So, yes.
Is there any particular pattern that you do when you're taking these photographs?
Yes. So we start with overalls. So that just includes an overall depiction of the scene to include, again, addresses or any type of location information that there is there. And then we move into mid-ranges. So if there's any specific mid-ranges that ties what you're focusing on in your scene to specific pieces of evidence. You would start there, and then if there's something that needs a close-up photograph, we then move into close-ups.
And you follow that same process, whether you're documenting a person, a place, or a thing?
That is correct.
In this case, you mentioned collecting evidence. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you're collecting a piece of evidence?
When you're collecting a piece of evidence, you would start initially by documenting it with notes, and then from there photographing it, and then if there's photographing it in that same sequence. So overall is where it's located, mid-range, and then close-ups. After that, you would then collect it and bag it appropriately to be transported from the scene.
Okay, so I'm going to go back now. You're collecting it. What do you do to ensure there's no contamination of the evidence?
So we always make sure to have PPE, personal protection equipment. So that includes things like gloves, masks, face masks if needed, a tie-bed suit, which would be kind of like a coverall suit to protect your clothing, and or to protect the specific pieces of evidence to be contaminated with the items on your clothing. And so then from there, we would bag them into specific pieces of bagging materials. It could be paper, it could be plastic.
So, Investigator Curry, is there a reason why paper bags are used or plastic bags are used?
Yes, so we use paper because it is a porous material, being a breathable material. Any type of biohazard evidence that you're collecting should be in a porous material, some type of paper material so that it can breathe, so that it's not contaminated with mold or other bacterial items.
So if items are damp or moist or wet in any way, how do you deal with that as a crime scene technician?
Yep, so we do have sterilized dryers. So any type of items that are wet at the time, we do transport them in that paper, that breathable material, and then from there it goes over to our drying chamber to be dried.
After they are dried, do you package them again?
Correct. After they're dried, they are packaged in that paper material.
And with regards to our courtroom presentation, are there occasions in which the clothing is placed between clear plastic to make it easier to handle and deal with in court?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start. I'm going to approach here.
Can you approach very briefly? Yes.
Time for the loudest mute button ever and a sidebar. If y'all could do me a huge favor, I don't know if you know of Legal Vices, but he was a law tuber, one of my first friends in the space last year. He recently passed at the start of the year. I actually have a little certificate on my wall here because to support him and, you know, his memory, you know, they were doing plants or not plants, they were planting trees in honor of his memory. So of course I bought a few of those just to keep his legacy going. But if y'all could do me a favor and type Legal Vices in the chat. All right, let's remember him on this day because he was one of the only law tubers aside from Lead that I saw cover this case. So I appreciate that he is open to all types of cases or was open to all types of cases. And he is definitely with us in spirit. Now they have this loud ass mute button. Let me skip ahead. It looks like we have an evidence bag. So we are about to see some evidence. Let's skip through this and get to it. Everybody's standing, so I wonder if the jury is leaving.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel may want to defend. Gentlemen, you need your restroom break? No, you're good? All right. Counsel, just so you know, sometimes when I put away one time.
Well, someone's pouring water.
Facing me, I can't do what you're doing. I just, not offending anybody. It's good here. Okay. All right. No, it's no problem. We're in recess. Appreciate it.
All right, took a little break, it looks like. Okay, they took an afternoon break. I'm gonna skip through that. Everybody left the courtroom. Listen, Raven and Melly talk a lot. Hold on, that looks like it is Law and Crime, almost like when Jesse used to pop on during those breaks. Okay, they're back right here.
Please, May.
Through photographs. When you arrived at the scene for this case at 1901 Southwest 107th Avenue, did you take photographs of the deceased as you found them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Brown, would you take a look at what's been previously marked as States H for identification purposes? It's a USB and a collection of photographs. Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of that USB and the photographs that are attached?
Yes, I did.
Are the photographs a fair and accurate representation of what is on the USB device?
Yes, it is.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent documentation you did of the two individuals who were deceased on October 26, 2018 as you found them at the hospital?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state would request from the State's H into evidence as a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Is there any objection?
No objection to the photos. I assume the USB is exactly what the photographs are. I did not use the map of the USB.
That is correct. That is done so that there's a hard copy and a digital copy for any other record that is necessary.
Based on that recommendation, no objection.
Thank you. They'll be admitted.
Okay.
States H will be marked as States H.
I'm sorry, what now?
8.
8 number 8.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Are the photographs, they're marked? They're all part of the composite? Is that
They
a
are.
composite exhibit?
It's a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Thank you. You're admitted.
So I'm going to start with the first photograph here. What are we looking at in this image?
It's our photo template.
What is its purpose?
It documents what scene you're photographing, provides necessary identifying information, as in who took the photos, date and time, case number, location, and what the incident is in reference to.
Okay. I'm going to start with the folder that is sub-labeled Anthony Williams. Did you have the opportunity to document the deceased who later became known to you as Anthony Williams?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to start with what's labeled as image 2. What are we looking at here?
That is the room plate number at the hospital that I responded to.
Was there an officer that was standing outside of this room?
Yes, it was.
Was anyone allowed into this room prior to your arrival for documentation purposes?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at?
That is the photograph of the wristband that was on the deceased.
And the date of birth of January 1st of 1880 and 138 years old. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it says on there and what is a trauma bracelet?
I would not know that.
No. Can you describe what it says, what the name was assigned to the individual?
Chocolate, anonymous.
Chocolate Karma Anonymous.
The second photo, what do you see here?
That is an overall photograph of the deceased.
Why do you take an overall photograph?
It goes back to our initial documentation of how we process each scene. We start with an overall to gather as much information as we can about what we're observing, and then move in to specific areas.
On to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
It's a close-up of the deceased face.
Okay. Is there items of jewelry that are visible in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
So starting with on the ears, is there jewelry that is in the deceased ear lobes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there, we'll move on to the necklace in a different one. Going on to the next photo. What are we looking at?
Again, another close-up of the deceased face.
At this point, there is now no longer a hospital gown. What happened?
In order for us to fully document as it is, we start off with the overalls with the gown on, and then follow behind with documenting the full overall with the body. So we remove the gown with hospital staff members.
The next photo, the necklace and items here. Did you ever collect those?
No, I did not.
What are we looking at in this image?
It appears to be some type of wound.
Do you document all wounds as they appear to you?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any background in medical training, or are you trained as a medical examiner?
No, I am not.
Moving on to what are we looking at this photograph?
So it's a rearward or supine facing photo of the deceased. So the back of the head.
Do you do anything to clean up the deceased?
No, we do not.
The plastic bags inside the paper bags, what are those?
So that contain various clothing items and personal belongings to the deceased.
Is this what you're talking about before you get to the drying chamber?
That is correct.
Is this packaging from the hospital or from Miramar?
It's from the hospital.
What are we looking at in this particular image?
Yes, so it's a GSR kit, gunshot residue kit.
And was this performed on Anthony Williams?
Yes, it was.
Uh-oh.
And now more close-up of this GSR kit. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the red staining that is showing up?
Yes, so the red staining contains various debris as well as the blood that is found on the deceased or on the area that we use to swab or test.
What is the purpose of the gunshot residue testing?
Yes, so the purpose of the test kit is to determine if there is some type of gunshot residue on the specific item, whether it's an individual or a specific piece of evidence that you're testing.
And the specific name of the gunshot residue test that's being done is what?
Friend info.
What was the results of this gunshot residue testing?
It's negative.
Okay. All right. So negative.
So going now to the images under the subfolder Christopher Thomas, starting with image number 34. What are we looking at here?
So again, a photo of the room number at the hospital.
The next photo that is here, is this an establishing shot?
Yes, it is an overall.
The black box that's put on there for modesty, was that done by you?
No, it's not.
No. When you take the photo, how is the body?
As is pristine.
Okay. Do you document the same, like we discussed with the prior?
Yes, so it starts all over again, doing the overalls, then into the mid-range and close-ups.
Next photo?
So it's a close-up of the deceased head.
Does anyone assist you in locating areas or wounds, scars, marks, tattoos?
Yes, so if there's other investigators out there or crime scene technicians out there, as well as other medical staff, or nurses, or any other individuals that are allowed to be in that area are assisted.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention that was removed from the body?
Not to my knowledge.
On this picture here, what are we looking at?
So another close-up of the deceased face.
What was the purpose of this next photo that we are looking at?
So it is it's a mid-range of the abdomen area or the body, the upper body area, to show the various puncture wounds as well as projectiles that are protruding out of the skin.
So, does the screen there work if you circle on it? It should be a touch screen. Let's see. So that when you're talking about the protruding projectiles in the skin.
Correct. It could be, and so it would require additional examination, but it could be anything as far as projectiles or metal shrapnel that comes from casings or bullets.
And in terms of, you're not trained as a medical examiner to know what's going on underneath the skin.
Correct.
On to the next image. What are you documenting in this photo?
So the lower extremities of the deceased, as well as the feet, with the several, what we can observe as some type of injuries.
And was there a name assigned to this individual?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and what was the last and first name of this individual that you were documenting?
Tama Tech Christopher.
Okay. What are we looking at in this specific photo?
Yes, so another documentation of the upper body of the deceased, as well as various injuries.
Okay. And then this photo?
So a close-up an observed injury to that.
Moving again to the next photo, what area of the body are we looking at here?
This is the chest as well, chest or abdomen area.
And so if you could just circle on the screen or use the pointer to indicate where's the arm versus where's the chest.
So arm and then the chest.
Moving on to the image here, what extremity are we looking at?
So the inner thigh.
And on which leg?
Right.
Again, a close-up of that same wound in the next photo?
Correct.
Going to the photo that we're looking at here, is someone assisting you in moving the body?
Yes, one of the medical staff members.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
So documenting the rear or the back of the deceased with the observed injuries.
Okay. Investigator Curry, at the time when you're looking at this individual, have you already seen the Jeep that's outside?
I do not recall.
Okay. So going to next photo, what are we looking at in this one?
So the lower extremities, the rear lower extremities of the deceased.
here, so I want to make sure it's clear what area have we moved back up to on the body in this photo.
Yes, so the back of the deceased.
Have you done any sort of cleaning or making it easier to see in any way, shape, or form of the body at this point?
No, I have not.
When are we looking at this photo?
So I believe that is the arm, a close-up of the injuries or wounds on the arm.
So I'm just going to go back one. So is that what you call the mid-range shot, and then going forward again, the close-up?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking here near the elbow?
Yes, another injury on that same arm.
And then going to this on the thigh. What the last image you talked about on the inner right thigh, where's this defect that we're looking at in comparison to that one?
It's the outer right thigh.
Going to this photo here, what are we looking at here?
So the backside of the deceased.
Okay. Now in this photo?
A close-up of that same backside of the deceased.
And again, this, again, on the right upper back of the deceased?
Correct.
Next photo, what is this showing?
Some type of injury or defect under the underarm of the deceased.
The defects, for the purposes of this, is someone holding the victim's arm in an upward position?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph, what are we looking at?
So belongings, various belongings to the deceased.
Did you do the same GSR testing to Mr. Thomas's hands?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to that, were there any results on that?
No, the results were negative.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you do the GSR testing on the deceased hands?
Yes. So with the assistance of hospital staff, just have them hold their hands out as best way that we can. Using that kit, again, donning or putting on PPE, so some type of protective equipment, gloves, or some type of mask. Opening the kit up itself from a sterilized package, using that, it's more like a swab or a cotton pad, to which we rub against the individual's hand or whatever the object that we're testing for GSR. We rub that for about 15 to 30 seconds to collect whatever.
She should have primed that better. Basically, both victims, their hands were tested for GSR and it was negative. So that is interesting. I mean, that just proves that they didn't have any guns on them, or at least they were not firing when they were fired upon.
Do the can on that cotton swab. And then from there, there is a chemical that is within that same tubing or that same kit. That chemical is then applied to the cotton swab there with about 5 seconds or so for a reaction. And if there is a presence of GSR, you will see there's a photograph within the kit or some type of depiction within the kit that shows that if blue specks come up, it does have some type of presence for GSR. And if you do not see those blue specks, then there's a negative presence for GSR.
So going forward, I'm going to show you a large bag here that I'm going to approach so you can view the contents. I'm going to open up the evidence seal on the outside of the bag now. So, and so I don't think we established prior to today, do you live here locally?
No, I do not.
As part of the Naval Criminal Intelligence Service, where are you stationed?
Out of Virginia.
Anything you need below?
Okay, that's interesting. So this crime scene investigator was living in Virginia.
There's 2 different types here. Scissors as well.
You don't got gloves on. How are you gonna require her to wear gloves and you're sitting there opening it without gloves?
You can look at them best you can without taking them out of the packaging. Do those items appear to be the same ones you collected from the victim, Anthony Williams, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
So I'm going to start with our defense counsel. Do you wish to approach?
No.
The items are placed into clear plastic wrapping. Clear for these. So we're going to mark each item as item I. What is state item I?
Are you moving them into evidence?
Yes.
It should not be displayed until the movement of evidence without due respect.
Objection sustained, so I want
Investigator, just put it behind the TV. All right, is item I the same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Is there, excuse me, Counsel, the objection pending still up being displayed to the jury. Is there a way you can do this without going?
Put it back to the back.
I'll make it easier. No objection to the clothes coming into evidence.
So with regards to without objection, so statement estimate states I in.
No objection, correct?
No
It
objection.
will be admitted. States aye.
And so states J.
No objection regarding states J.
No. No, sir.
Okay, so these are the victim's clothing and some of his personal effects. You could see how they're preserved very, very tightly in this plastic here. But this is one of the victim's clothes and his personal effects. They're probably going to do this with victim 2 as well.
It will be admitted.
States I will be marked. States number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9. States J will be marked. States 10.
Thank you.
So to start with what's previously written now as states 8, 9, the black pants. Can you please hold those up for the jury? Moving on to state K.
Any objection?
No objection.
States K will be admitted. That's what you're seeking, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, clothes are coming in. Very noisy, you guys.
States K will be marked. States 11.
Switch with you and Mr. Irritable. Do these assignments to publish and describe the reading in the jury what is observing right now.
So in my hand is original packet that was seized from the hospital.
And what number is that, Counsel?
States 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please stand to publish states 11. I'll switch with you. Thank you. Is that how you received the shirt?
No, it isn't.
What did you do in terms of processing it or cuts or anything to the shirt?
So we don't cut anything from the items itself. What we simply do is spread it out, per se, so it's folded and unfolded so that it can be tried in our fraction.
Okay. And last note was the initial original packaging.
That's correct.
Is that the initial original packaging with items were placed into?
Yes, that is.
And did that have your name, handwriting, case number, and seal on it?
That is correct.
So with regards to the items from the victim, Mr. Anthony Williams, what did you do to process those clothing items?
After they were done drying, to document them, once again photographing them in the lab, to document any type of what we could identify as wounds or cuttings or anything that would assist us in documenting the clothing that came from the deceased.
When you are documenting on the outside of these packaging items, are you indicating a photo marker on them?
Yes.
And why do you put the photo marker on there?
So visually it allows some type of visual documentation, so it's easier to see what I'm looking at.
Okay.
As well as to identify that specific piece.
We're trying to build on this street and all, or both. Investigator Crabtree trainers were previously marked as state style for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the handwriting on that packaging?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize your seal and your ID number on it?
Yes, I do.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it in October of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is this item?
It is identified as one black sock, one black and gray sock, one black boxer.
And which individual do you take these from?
Anthony Williams.
Current times to the request from state LN.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States L would be marked states number 12.
You don't put gloves on, I swear.
Investigator Curry, if I could ask you to be so kind as to publish these items. There are three. 2 socks and a pair of
Positive
boxers. And there are gloves if you're hanging the scissors are right there. Could you be so kind as to open it?
Listen.
It is crazy to me that this prosecutor, yet again, just directed the CSI person to put on gloves, but she has still not put them on herself.
Where's Bob or Leslie? Can we go get Bobby? All right, let's do all this.
Would you want me to remove them out of the back?
Please, if you could hold them out and show them to the under it.
I know.
Why are y'all doing this to victims? Why are y'all doing this to victims? Firstly, you're going to show that he wore mismatched socks, and you just showed his boxers to everyone. Nice.
Now, Investigator Curry, did you collect any of the tennis shoes in this case?
Yes, I did.
With regards to the additional processing that was done on the shoes, did you do that or was that done by another investigator?
To my knowledge, it was done by me.
Okay. So moving on, I want to go to Christopher Thomas as well. Did you collect the evidence from his person?
Yes, I did.
So, please be so kind as to open the warrant on the packaging.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the Christopher Thomas file coming in.
What's the exhibit numbers?
This is the M, N, and O.
Is that correct, counsel? All, and no, there's no objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Counsel, there's multiple exhibits in each one of these?
That they are individual packages.
So they're not composite. Thank you. M, N, and O will be admitted in the next series.
You know what? This young man's spirit was in the room because now the detective has on mismatched gloves.
One blue, one white.
That's your original packaging again? Correct. So in a white undershirt. The 13 in the front is correct.
States in United States 13.
States in is a black Ranger themed jacket. States in.
States in, we mark states 14. Mark states 15.
Detective Curry, if you could be so, I'm sorry, Investigator Curry, if you'd be so kind as to, on states 13, the t-shirt, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the defects that you documented.
So here, 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 here.
What's been admitted as states 14, the black Stranger Things jacket. You could do the same on the back of that.
Here, here, here.
Do you recognize that?
I'm going to save our ears a little bit, guys, and skip some of this, like the crumbling, all of that.
Yes.
No objection, so they'll be admitted. How many?
Document them. So I'm going to approach now with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and has been marked as States Composite H of 1 USB and photographs for you to review. I'm going to show you the USB first. Investigator Curry, do you recognize that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that USB drive?
It has my initials on the back.
And is that fairly and accurately depict the photos that you took when processing and documenting the clothing and shoes of the victims in this case?
Yes, it is.
And the photographs here, are they fairly and accurately depict the same photographs that are on that USB drive?
Yes, it does.
You're not this time the state requesting a state composite U in?
Any objection?
No objection, again, on the same representation that we have not looked at the USB, but as long as the state represents that, it's nothing but those photographs, we have no objection.
That's the state's representation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
States Q will be marked as states 17.
They'll be admitted. Thank you.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes. How many photographs you said?
That I can tell you in just a moment. Investigator Curry, if you have the clothing, why is it important to document it at the time of collection?
To be able to document how they were received as we weren't being able to collect the clothing from the deceased.
So on photograph number 1 under Anthony Williams, it has a G down here at the bottom of the photograph. Why is there a G?
It depicts the item letter that's assigned to the items.
Do you go through and assign a letter to each item that you're looking at?
Yes, each item that's collected receives a letter.
So going through on item G, and I believe there are 50 photographs in order to answer your prior question. Why do you take photographs of each side of the shoes?
To accurately depict the entire item from way of the samples.
Again on item G. Moving on to item H. What, in terms of, is that the same that's been previously admitted into evidence? The black pants that we looked at first?
Yes, it is.
The contents of the pockets, why do you photograph it as such?
To be able to document what items are within the pockets because they may not be visible as they are.
And now what are we looking at on item H? What view?
So the back side or the rear side of the jeans.
So this is still marked as item number, or letter H.
Yes.
What items were found inside item H?
These were the items that were derived from the black jeans.
Okay. Were those items collected and cataloged?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the amount of currency that you're seeing right here, how much is that?
$97.
County counsel has been previously marked as states R. Investigator Curry, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
It's been marked as states R for identification purposes. What is that?
It's a currency that filled with the currency from the ID insurance I identified.
Is it in the same, potentially same condition that you collected it on the day of processing?
Yes, it is.
Is it sealed with your name and ID still?
Yes, it is.
Is it verified by another individual as to the amount of the currency?
Yes, it is.
Here at the time, state requesting the states are in.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted. Next series, what is that?
States R will be marked states 18.
Thank you.
On to what's been labeled here as states. Your mirror mark item I previously admitted into evidence, the boxers and the 2 socks.
That is correct.
Is this how you found them?
Yes.
Do you do any of the cutting of them when you receive them?
No, I do not.
Do you know who does?
Generally medical staff.
What's item J?
Picture of the jean jacket that was provided by medical staff of the deceased or from the deceased.
With regards to this next photo of item J, there is an arrow indicating a circular area. Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that is or is not a distressed portion of the jacket or is some sort of bullet defect?
Based on my experience in training, it appears to be something similar to bullet hole.
Okay. With regards to the arrows, is that where you're putting those on there?
That is correct.
Moving on to the back of item J, is that how it looked when you collected it?
That is correct.
Based on your training experience as a crime scene investigator, does the appearance of blood change over time as it's stored in evidence?
That is correct.
That's still the same jacket that we have in evidence?
That is correct.
Again, item J with the 2 arrows that you have on there,
That is correct.
those 2 areas of interest that you identified.
Yes.
This is a close-up of the one item J defect. What can you tell about this particular item that makes you, based on your training experience, say that it's a bullet hole?
Just based on the size, the distress in the jeans, or I'm sorry, in the clothing, and the diameter of the specific defect.
So going on to the black shirt that's been placed in evidence.
That is correct.
That's item K as you documented it. And the little letter K that you put on each of these photos. Why do you put it on the photos?
Because it's a close-up, just to be able to identify that this particular close-up pertains to the overall item K.
Now looking at the other side of that same t-shirt.
Correct.
Again, how can you tell, or what based on your training experience will tell you that this is a bullet defect?
Based on the perforation inside the clothing itself, to include the diameter of the defect as well.
Okay. Make sure I turn this back in for the clerk. So with regards to Christopher Thomas's clothing, did you recover money and currency from his clothing?
I would have to have my name question.
Okay. If any approaches have been previously marked as state S after showing it to defense counsel?
Yes, counsel.
Investigator Graham, showing it's been previously marked as states S for identification purposes only. Do you recognize your seal, your ID number, and the date of October 29, 2018?
That is correct.
On the front of it, do you document the individual from which his items clothing was collected as well as the amount?
Correct.
Does looking at that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you collected currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Is that fairly and accurately depict the currency and is in the same or substantially the same condition when you collected on October 29, 2019?
That is correct.
Grant this time state requesting the states S in.
No objection? No objection. It'll be admitted.
States S will be marked states 19.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States T for identification purposes. Are those the sneakers that we reviewed in those photographs?
Yes,
Do they have the same or potentially same condition?
yes.
Representative requesting the States T in.
Any objection?
No objection.
He will be admitted to the next series, counsel.
States T will be marked States 20.
Thank you.
Investigator Fair, would you so kind as to open this and publish it for the jury?
It's 20.
20.
I'm gonna love that.
This is happening in the state of Florida, guys, and we have about probably 30 minutes left of testimony for the day. She's just going to show us a little bit of evidence. I'm not sure if we have enough time for cross, but I'm going to try to skip through the unbagging parts just because they're very noisy.
With regards to the other items that were collected from the victims, did you collect any suspect narcotics?
Not to my knowledge.
In terms of a events, that was October 29th of 2018, that was all the investigative work you did on that date.
Correct.
So I'm going to go forward to November 21st of 2018. What was your role in the investigation on that day?
On the 21st, can I have my report or some type of refresher?
Yes, if you would help to refer to your report. I will
Yes.
show the Vice Counsel. Okay. And so you would just refer to it silently to yourself and once your memory is refreshed. Thank you. So on November 21st, of 2018, what was your role in this investigation?
Responded to US 27 to document a additional scene that was believed to be some type of supplement to the initial call out
Okay.
for this case.
When you arrived on scene at the US 27, who else was there?
Several other detectives, law enforcement personnel, to include Miramar Police Department detectives and other crime scene investigators.
And with regards to those crime scene investigators, what was your specific role?
To assist in documenting and collecting any evidence that was observed on the scene.
Did you document collect evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of, we're going to start with the photographs. Did you take photographs at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Showing what's been previously marked as States V for identification. Investigator Curry, do you recognize that USV?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize the photos that are attached to it?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize those?
It has my information on there, my badge number, Miramar Police Department badge number, and it's also my name.
Did you have an opportunity to review the contents of that USB and those photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the evidence and your processing and documenting on November 21st of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state requests to move States V into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, basically with the same proviso. The USB, we have not seen if those are copies of the photographs. No objection.
State.
They are the same, Your Honor.
No objection.
They'll be admitted to evidence.
States B will be marked States 21.
May publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the first image.
So the photo template, the initial photo that is taken with the truck, photographing the scene.
And is this still under the same 18-10-06269 case number?
Correct.
And what date, again, was this done on?
November 21st, 2018.
The next photo, what are you showing here?
A location or establishing truck of where the scene is.
What direction are you facing in this photograph?
believe it's going to be east to west. I'm sorry, south to north.
Hold on, just one second. So you said you were facing east in this direction, west, and US 27 would be behind you?
Yes, that is correct, east to west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road?
That is correct.
And there are no power lines on the north side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well?
That is correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes, so the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are maybe covered by the shrubs or the grass.
So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
No. The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with a, they have a photo marker next to it, but they depict the actual pieces of evidence.
So going on to this next photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street. How many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
So on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
Again, showing 8, 9, and 10 on the north. So I'm going to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. So the shell casing, cement casing, that's it.
That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall depiction of a specific item and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of that.
And the glass appearing object underneath the casing, did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I do not believe it.
Why not?
I think after discussing with investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the casing.
Okay. Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope
If she knows.
of her expertise. Like, first establish that she may know something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, in part of your training in crime scene, is it determining what evidence may be something that would be collect?
Yes, it is.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glassware, do you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be evidence you're done?
Yes, I do.
With regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital, had you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st of 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that is there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it was not.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments that are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that's on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to, are you able to zoom in? Is there another photograph? Or if I can refer to my report?
You can refer to your report. Would that help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Did you need to see the report? Same report?
Same report, I have it, thank you.
Draw your attention to the third preliminary section. In reviewing that, is your memory now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments
Yes, they
you're
are.
looking at. How are they different so it's clear on the record?
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Moving on to photo markers, and so for this is the establishing shot for which 4 photo markers?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the close-up of photo marker number 4. What was the important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
We're able to document the size of the specific item in the picture or that we're photographing.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes, they are.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
Spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of another view of these 2 casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. What? I'm going to move into the closer up one for photo marker number 6. I'm going to start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Is that the same one that was next to photo marker number 5?
Not to my knowledge.
And to the right, photo marker number 6.
It's another spent casing.
Going on to photo marker number 7. What are we looking at in photo marker number 7?
Spent casing.
Were all of these spent casings of the same caliber when you collected them?
Yes, they were.
Again, last photo here of number 7.
Spent casing.
Moving on to the north side of the street on 8, 9, and 10. What did you collect at photo marker number 8?
Glass fragments.
Is that a view of those glass fragments?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to photo marker number 9. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
Moving on to photo marker number 10. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
We're looking here now at one of the last 2 photos. What is this photo depicting?
Measuring or a detective utilizing a measurement device.
And what is that measurement device?
It measures distance. It's a yardstick or meter stick.
So I'm going to go through now with those items that were collected. Council has been marked as States W.
Can we approach?
Yes.
All right. Loud mute button and a sidebar. Looks like we're almost done here. About 10 more minutes, guys. And we're going to go from there. Another criticism of this trial is that Melly was talking to his family members while these sidebars were happening.
Previously marked as States W for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
What does that item consist of?
The glass fragments, as all of the glass fragments that were contained in the single.
Are there 5 samples of glass fragments that are in that container?
That is correct.
And that you recognize your seal and ID number as signing on that?
Sustained, don't leave.
With regards to that, is there anything else on there that was not on there when you last sealed it?
Yes, there is.
The yellow sticker here, do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Here at this time, the state will request the move states W in.
No objection.
Yes. Credit. She doesn't recognize the seal on that particular item.
Anything else?
Any statement as to that? It's there.
Excuse me, anything else, Mr. Adelson?
No, sir.
No objections overruled. It will be admitted.
States W, you mark states 22.
Moving on to what's been marked as states X for identification purposes. Joint counsel.
What's number?
Okay, Investigator Curry, I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as states X for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
My writing on the packaging as well as my name and ID number, member ID number at the top.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
Are they sealed?
Yes, they are sealed.
Here at this time, the state requests to move state X in.
No, no objection.
It will be admitted.
States X will be marked states 23.
So Investigator Curry, on states 22 and 23, did you photograph those items?
Yes, I do.
So I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked and reviewed as states composite Y, a USB, and 9 pages of photographs. Of course. Investigator Curry, I'm showing you now what's been previously marked as states composite Y for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that USB and those 9 pages of photographs?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the documentation that you did of states 22 and 23 that is now in evidence?
Yes.
And at this time, the state requesting of states Y and S.
Any objection?
No objection with the same proviso. The USB is the same as the photographs.
That's the
correct.
representation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It will be admitted.
Okay.
States Y will be marked states 24. So goes 1 USB composite for 9 photos.
So starting with what's labeled as image 76, if you could just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the case number that's on there as well as the number marker.
Yes. So the case number identifies, it's in reference to the same case that these items were collected. In regards to the item number pertains to the photo marker that was in the photographs.
Prior to photographing and processing these on November 27th of 2018, did you do an in-vac filter?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an in-vac filter?
So an in-vac filter, it's used to collect any type of DNA or any additional information utilizing a test. The in-vac, the in-vac system itself uses a filtered item. So any type of DNA that is collected off of the item that's being tested is filtered and put onto a filter that is then tested and sent off to a lab.
And so, Investigator Curry, do you have training and experience on when it is appropriate to try and collect DNA from items?
That's correct.
In this instance, did you walk the jury through, please, the process of how you did the in-vac filter collection?
With the assistance of additional crime scene technicians, after collecting the item itself, it is then submerged in stirred water. A machine then spins the item. In this case, it was the spent casing. It spins the item. The water then absorbs whatever that DNA or whatever particles are on the item that's within the water. And then after that, that water is then filtered through a kind of like a cotton swab or a cotton ball, and the remnants or whatever DNA or whatever additional items are filtered through that cotton ball and then sent out to the lab to be analyzed.
Can you see the DNA on there with the naked eye?
No.
Do you know if it's successful or not by the time you finish completing the filter?
No, we do not.
Going forward back to the photographs, you have a number 1 on here.
That's correct.
What does the number 1 correspond to with regards to the previous photographs you just looked at?
It corresponds to the yellow photo marker that was within the previous photograph.
So you photographed each casing from all sides and angles?
Yes.
So that's item number 1. 3 photos of that, and now, so if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what item we're looking at now.
Spent casing, identified as photo marker number 4.
With regards to the writing that's on the back of each of these spent casings, were they all consistent with one another?
Yes, they were.
And what type of writing or markings were on each of these casings?
Blazer, 40, S&W.
As a crime scene technician, what is a Blazer 40 S&W mean?
It refers to the caliber of the spec casing as well as the brand.
Moved on to item number 5 in these photographs.
Spec casing.
Were there more than one item at photo marker number 5?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 6.
Spec casing.
Again, was there more than one spent casing at photo marker number 6?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 7. What are you documenting in these photos?
Spec casing.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are you documenting in these photos?
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 3.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 8. Now we're back on the north side of the road. Is my recollection correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. And photo marker number 8.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 9.
Glass fragments.
And photo marker number 10.
Glass fragments.
So going forward, after you photograph these, I want to go to your investigation when you were in Margate, Florida with regards to this case very briefly. Did you assist with a search warrant in Margate, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect any evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Were any firearms collected? With regards to that specific location in Margate, do you remember where it was?
Yes.
And where was that?
Don't remember the specific address, but it was near university.
Looking at it, is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to this specific address?
Referring to my report.
Any counsel you need to?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Just read the first paragraph silently to yourself, and let me know when your memory has been sufficiently refreshed.
Refresh.
Okay, and so what was the address of that?
5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
While you were at that residence, did you make contact with any individuals?
Not to my recollection.
The search warrant and the photographs that were taken at that, you said there was no firearms recovered?
Correct.
Was there a storage unit key that was recovered?
I would have to refer to my report.
Is that without refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And the 6th paragraph, if you just read that silently to yourself.
Thank you.
So was there a storage unit key that was collected?
Yes, there was.
Was there mail collected from that location?
Yes, it was.
The individual that was named on the mail, who was that?
Jamel Demons.
With regards to later on that day, did you then help and assist on the execution of a second search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So that second search warrant at a storage unit location, did you recover any firearms there?
No, we did not.
Just a moment, please. So I'm going to show you what's been show counsel. What's been marked as state Z. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as state and marker identification as state's composite Z. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those items?
With my handwriting on there, as well as my initials, date, and my memo, police department number on the scene.
And do they are the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on the October of 2018?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state requests to move states Z in a composite of 3 items.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States.
Positive 3. What's the number?
State C is positive 3 items, and it will be on states 25.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 25, you said?
25.
And so, permission to publish state Z.
You may.
Ms. Gray, if you'd be so kind as to open that and publish those items.
All right, chat, we're wrapping up. There's more unbagging here, so I'm gonna skip that.
And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are?
A clear bottle cap, rubber leaf packaging with a black straw inside, and Florida identification card for Anthony Williams.
And where were those items found?
Found at the hospital, retrieved from the hospital.
The items there, they're in the same condition?
Yes, they are.
With regards to what's been previously marked for identification as states AA, do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
A impact filter from the spent casings from the US 27.
And how do you recognize that?
With my markings, my writing, as well as my batch number and the date on seal.
Is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it and processed it in November of 2018?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting of states AA and of states 26.
No objection?
No, no, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States AA marked 26.
So, Investigator Curry, with regards to suspect narcotics, if they are found, are those collected?
Yes, they are.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics in this case?
Not to my recollection.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, my report.
If I could approach, I have a copy of the property receipt with me. Would that help in assisting you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a property receipt?
Yes. So property receipt identifies any type of evidence or items that are obtained or collected.
Is that something you document at the time when you were collecting the items?
That is correct.
Looking at that property receipt, are you refreshed as to your recollection if you collected any suspect narcotics?
That is correct.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics from the person of Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Cannabis.
Okay. And that item, was it packaged?
Yes, it was.
Do you have the ability to test suspect narcotics at the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, we did.
In terms of, is it analysis for a chemical certainty or is it a presumptive test?
It's a presumptive test.
Additional testing for any such information as to what that substance was, what agency does that to your knowledge?
It's sent out to the PSO lab.
So after you conducted the documentation, all the photographs, how do you preserve those photographs?
They are burned to a disc, whether CD or DVD, and stored in our evidence facility.
After you did that in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, can I see sidebar, please? Cross-examination, so my thought is based upon conversations I've had with the attorneys, it's probably best we break it down. So remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of no research about the case. Just leave your notepads on your chairs, Gary will pick those up, and we'll see everybody back. Now we're going to start 15 minutes later, 9:15 tomorrow. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Right, guys, that concludes day 1 of the Melly case. And this was the first round. We are doing a rewatch, and we just completed the day with witness number 4, Ms. Curry. That's a little bit more dry. It's normal with CSI witnesses because so much evidence has to come in through them. So it's very typical for a state to spend more time with lead detectives, detectives that have spent more time on a case, in addition to core CSI investigators or people that have put their hands on some of the evidence at the crime scene. So we saw a lot that was recovered today. Today is Friday. Happy Friday, by the way. We are back on Monday with day 2.
I don't think a lot of creators are doing a rewatch. The only other person that I saw do it is Millionaire Mel. So I think she is doing a rewatch with us. But the way that I have the schedule going, we're going to do this during weekdays only. But the good news is that we will be able to catch up fully with all 19 days of trial by August 13th. So this is my first time doing it. Well, not a first time doing a rewatch, because we did it with Karen and it worked out very well. And the reason why it worked out well is because we were able to retrieve old footage quickly and get you guys better, shorter videos. That is really what this channel is about, is delivering quality. I am going to say one other thing. I see a lot of people trying to provoke a conversation and kick up dust. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. So don't do it. Right? Had to ban 2 people in the chat today, which you guys know what the 3 rules are. And because they didn't know what the 3 rules are, it was very easy to identify who they are and what they're here for. They're not here because they care about Melly's case. They're not here for any of that. And I respect this chatterhood so much. I respect the time and energy and effort that my editors put into our work. So we take this work very seriously. We're not here for drama. We're here to get a job done. Right. So that being said, the schedule for the week tomorrow, we have our Donna Adelson video. I've learned a lot from watching the trial today. I'm about to record it, so we'll likely have a Sunday drop for you as well. And then all of next week, we will be doing the Melly case. Monday through Friday, I'll start at about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And based off of what I see right now, we can get through it in about 3 to 4 hours. So it should be quick. For any of those that have not seen the Melly trial, you're in for a treat, because again, we're getting those raw reactions from a fresh set of eyes. And that's what we're working on. Let me just come to some super chats, make sure I've covered them all. I think I left off here with Deonra with the 2. Says, AB, will you cover the thug judge drive-by trial? I can if we have time. Right now, the whole team is focused on sunsetting Karen, moving on from that because we're ready to move on, getting into Melly, gaining some excitement and traction with Donna Adelson. And here's the thing, we haven't talked about these topics. So the algorithm's like, wait, are AV's people gonna watch this? So we need to restart that. And that means driving the momentum. We deeply understand how the algorithm works. So low turnout at first is always expected with trial rewatches, and then they start to gain momentum as we do our research and get deeper into these cases. So we'll keep that in on the side, Deonra, but really, really happy you made it today. Jazz RN is working. I've been seeing your comments, sister. Thank you so much for all the love and support. People think we don't watch everything and analyze everything, but we watch it very closely, and they become calculated decisions. So thank you so much, Jazz RN. The chatterhood missed you too, but we will be here. We're going to have a busy next 3 months. I mean, just with Melly alone, the rewatch, we might have time for Donna's son, Charlie Adelson. There's 6 days in between the start date of that trial. And then, as you guys know, Melly, it looks like we are starting on September 10th. September 10th. I incorrectly said earlier that it would be the 19th, but it appears that it is the 10th. Shout out to the lead attorney. I had an excellent conversation with him a few days ago regarding some, I'll just say it's some bullshit happening in LawTube, and we had an excellent laugh. I know he is covering the Shannon Sharp thing. Shout out to Keyshawn who dropped it. Shannon Sharp a few minutes ago, 13 minutes ago, settles a lawsuit. So I would recommend that if you want a quick take, tune into him because he has been covering that. Michael Love, your stream sponsored today, gifted 50 AV memberships. Thank you so much, Michael Love. Really appreciate you always holding it down throughout storms, throughout people trying to strong arm a result. You're not going to get it. I don't know why they do it, Michael Love. I don't know why they do it. I really don't, but it's not going to happen. But thank you so much, Michael Love, for gifting 50 memberships. Really appreciate you being here and being so generous with your time and sharing the word about this community. It is a good one, and we've been building it for 2.5 years. So we're going to continue to do that. Michael Love back with another 5 says, good morning to everyone in the chatterhood. Forgive me for not greeting everyone first. Hey, we're in virtual traffic. We know, my friend. Thank you again. Shout out to our favorite 3L, Kelly Kell, gifted 10 AV memberships. So we are up to 60 for today's stream. And this is a quick one, or it's a rewatch, but definitely going to be doing some smaller synopsises over the weekend. Thank you so much, Kelly Kell. Raz Capone, so E Capone has rebranded, okay? He has rebranded with the 5, says, what it do? What it do, E Capone? Hope you are having a great day. Then follows up with another 5, says, Daryl Brooks rewatch. See, that's the other thing. There's so much going on behind the scenes. Like, you guys know I'm speaking at Vid Summit this year in October. So it's crazy that people say what they say, but they don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We just onboarded a 3rd editor. We are working on our short form strategy. And the reason why this sparked a memory for me is because we will be doing short form reactions. Recently, when I traveled to Miami, it was with a lot of creators that have over 1 million followers on many platforms. One of them is Chiseled Adonis, who is insanely funny. We had an opportunity to meet him, talk YouTube strategy, talk about social media content. And, so many people don't understand that this is an industry. It is a business. I have a team and we manage that team in a specific way. But one of the things that came up is reactionary content on short form platforms like TikTok and Instagram. And I was looking at that. I was just like, man, it'd be great if people never met me 2-3 years ago, if they saw my reaction to like things like Daryl Brooks, things like some of the other cases, the YSL case, things like that, because we have all that footage. It's all here. It's just a matter of curating it correctly. But yeah, so that would be really, really cool. Shout out to Sire. This is a perfect way to end it. Hate is a powerful drug. Don't do it. That's it. Because quiet money, loud impact is my favorite quote. Ain't got to say nothing. Don't act like your girl has not been in communications for the last 15 years. When you feed a fire, you're going to get more fire. You starve that fire. You starve the hate. So, anywho, excellent time, guys. I really enjoyed the afternoon. It's going to be amazing next week. Please keep your notifications on, and all the new videos are going to be coming out. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your Friday, and we will see each other soon. Have a good one. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.